Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. Islamism without the schism. Want to rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another live stream, so to speak. And we got a grand drawing to bring to the Manifest family. We always want to give our family documentation of everything that we demonstrate. It was kind of late in the hours last night, and I was actually called forth, to the panel. Honors to the brother Metu Neter, for allowing one to come forth to his panel. My duty is to drop the information and teach my people. Irregardless of where we at, we ain't gonna make no excuses about not teaching our people, and we definitely ain't in fear of being, ridiculed and rejected and everything it is for what we taught, because all the mastermind before us was done the same way. And so that just make me feel even more, worthy of, the job that I'm called to do, you see? And so we're going to bring some clarity to the Manifest, because a lot of times, messages get convoluted and distorted along the way. We got a lot of individuals out here that have a cultic-like behavior. We already know this when it comes to certain individuals. I'm cool with that. But what they fail to realize is, if I'm the only man on an island, with the truth, and I know what I'm demonstrating, I never back down, turn on my heels away from my premise. That ain't gonna never happen. I don't need no echo chamber. I don't need no group of individuals behind me rooting me on in order for me to do the work that I do. And I give honors to everybody that shows support to what it is I bring forth. In other words, I ain't got to gang bang with the information, so to speak. That ain't how I get down. My measure is, again, to expose this Eurocentric paradigm, stop this European from thinking in the hearts and minds of our people, so to speak. Like Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, he said, I'm going to stop the European from thinking and get you Moors to thinking for yourself. So that has to do with those who are, unconscious amongst our people. We trying to stop that European thought pattern, not dealing with people individually, but dealing with the collective. So whoever is able to grow from what it is that we bring on the Manifest, honors to you. But one thing it is about it, we ain't gonna never mislead you. We ain't gonna never misguide you, despite what the naysayers say. And you're gonna get your chance to see, the deception of a people, so to speak, when we go into this. So without further ado and delay, I'm gonna put this out here again. Shouts out to the House of Consciousness, the brother Metu Neter, for allowing one to come forth to his platform, because ones try to spin the narrative and make things look, as if they got a one up, so to speak. And in all actuality, what they are doing, is building straw man arguments, which is really their logical fallacy, and then moving the goalposts at the same time, and then asking for one to give clarity, and one tries to give clarity, then they basically, try to pack one out like a bunch of hyenas, so to speak, and talk over you, and then act as if you are not demonstrating. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, that's my brother. Sa is a real one. He ain't gonna never promote nothing that he don't believe in, bro. Trust that. Sa know the work that I do, and that's why I'm getting up here now, showing that Sa was paying homage, and we had some haters out here. You see what I'm saying? Sa love my work, and he know that I really do this. Sa know I ain't out here playing with our people.
And that's why I'm shouting him out. I always pay homage to the good brother, like I said, for allowing me to even come forth to his platform. You know, he do what he do, you know, and I'm gonna show you how real he is right now. You know, so I ain't gonna never have no conflict with the brother, because I already know what his position is, and he don't have to believe what I believe, you know, in order for me to honor what it is that he do, you know. And so that's my measure. And so I give honors to the brother for being unbiased, because ain't nobody else out here that got that type of skin, so to speak. So again, shouts out to our brother Sarnet in the House of Consciousness. And honors to Sister Niambi, Brother Born Dog, you know, Yaku Gamma Bay, all y'all. We just gonna bring a little clarity, and we gonna show you what it is that we couldn't show you last night, because a lot of people like to over talk, so to speak, especially when you go to bringing that information out here, exposing them. So without further ado and delay, I'm gonna let y'all see it for yourself so you can see what's going on. So let me pull this up. I'll go and shut these notifications. Let me shut these notifications off real quick. Okay, so here we go. Let me get this system audio in here to make sure y'all got it. And all is well. So there we go right there. So, and I'm going to leave the chat open so y'all can see that if you're able to see it on your end. Because we're going to stop this playing. So here we have it, people.
All right, yo, time out, everybody. I want everybody
to know. Washington, D.C. Go ahead.
Apostle, I want everybody to know that I see a champion in the future. And Smash, we coming for you first, Smash. Kemetian Adept is in the building, y'all. Kemetian Adept is in the chat. So y'all be ready. Kemetian Adept, I see a champion in the making in that young soldier. So y'all better be ready, man. Rise to the 7, goddammit.
Rise to the 7.
Right. So Smash, be on the lookout, brother.
Hey, son, you ever look at the symbol right there? He got that proves he a dedicated pseudo. Look at all that shit on there.
Come on, son.
Look at that. It's a pseudo.
Why are you playing with me?
That's pseudo. Smash ain't gonna take that. That's a pseudo.
See, there you go. There y'all go with the running shit.
I'll knock down your Floyd Mayweather. You keep playing though. Keep playing, baby. I'll knock down your Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, he be saving Floyd.
I just been being nice. Keep playing with me. Oh, I gotta get on the camera. Look.
Nah, come on, Smash. Smash, stop, man.
Smash is the real
Jabari. You and Jabari good, Smash. Come on, man.
Smash say he's the real
back at you. It ain't that Jabari. I'm throwing that at you. Yeah.
All right, let me
fall the whole building. Bring down the whole building.
Let me fall back.
Let me put Smash on a big screen. I'm gonna put Smash on a big screen. Smash, talk your shit.
That ain't Aunt Lana Jabari.
You want to come up in here, man?
See, look at Reggie. Reggie thirsty for Smash to bang on Jabari. Look
at him.
No. But yeah, I come for that title whenever I so choose, Magi Archers. You know, that's what it is. I've been sitting back like for real.
What would you debate him on?
How you got an illiterate Floyd Mayweather? Oh yeah, it works.
So, yeah, what would you debate him? Smash.
I'll get it again, see?
Smash. What would you debate Jabari on?
No, he is the Floyd Mayweather because he can't read the glyphs.
Oh man,
that's not true. That's not true.
No, I just was getting greasy. But take me off the big screen.
I thought I saw Jabari read the glyphs,
man.
Woo!
You know, I saw Jabari read the glyphs.
They act like they try to put the Raw squad in the background. Yo, what they talking about, yo?
Smash. Real talk. I will put $500 on your head against Jabari, brother.
You're gonna give that 500 to Jabari.
I believe that Jabari will beat you.
That 500 for Jabari.
Just because no, I ain't talking about for a debate. I'm talking about a bet. Yeah, side bet. Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about the side bet. I know Jabari will beat you. I know Jabari will beat you. Just because you read faster and you read better don't mean a damn thing.
Yeah, I don't do
Smash.
that. I don't do that.
That don't mean nothing.
Joking around. I was bringing you off your high horse real quick, and I said, if you keep putting me against people like Kemetian, I'll knock out your floor.
But see, y'all sleeping on Kemetian. Kemetian is nice with it. Y'all sleep on the brother.
Yo, do you see that right there, Son Neter? No, put that back up there. I dare you, Son Neter.
Nah, Kemetian. Nah.
That down.
Let me ask you a question. Did man invent it and make up Islam?
Of course, is a man made.
Did man invent it and make up Hebrewism and the Hebrew Israelites?
Of course.
Was it man who created Kemet and made the pyramids?
Of course.
So why the fuck Kemetian can't invent his own symbols and stuff like that? So stop it, brother. It's always man doing it.
Tell you why I don't
no, look, it's always man doing it. I guarantee you he's the best one that could break down his symbol. Y'all can't break it down. That's probably what it is.
Man ain't create them damn pyramids.
Come on, man. Come on.
Man did create the pyramids.
Okay, so let me stop right there. Shouts out to our brother Neter for being an honest brother. Y'all heard it. And for those who don't know, the symbol that was being spoke of here, let me show y'all real quick. Y'all already know the symbol. It's actually the symbol dealing with our research sultanate. So let me show you exactly what's going on here. I'm going to share my audio. That way I'm sharing it all. I want to make sure y'all can see it when I'm exposing this. So let me show you the actual measure here. And I actually have it in every particular drawing I deal with, except that one there. That's an older one. So let me do this here. I just open up another one real quick. And was it this one? Or was it? I think it might have been this one that I have it in. Yeah, that's it. This is the symbol that Aunt was trying to make mockery of. And Neter was asking them, y'all heard him, why is it that, I can't create a symbol? And he said he know that I can break this symbol down. And obviously there's indeed meaning behind this symbol. You see, so if I brought it forth, I know what it means. You see, as you see, this is the actual seal for the Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate, which is what you see us demonstrating every Saturday. This is our research sultanate that was created, so that we can actually do an in-depth study and teach our people, in accuracy, bringing forth sources, and source material, so to speak, to express what it is that we're trying to bring to them and enlighten them with. However, this particular symbol here, the seal, as far as dealing with this particular portion with the scimitar and the star, the wings of Ma'at, so forth and so on, everything you see here was a part and partial, of the adept seal, that we have within our special chamber of expression as it relates to the Moorish American government. It's the consular adept chamber seal of the Moorish American government, you see. But when you deal with everything else that came, when we established the research sultanate, we placed this here because we are dealing with a lot of information that is in the realm of adept. You see, a lot of measures. So we just so happen to be dealing with the language. And if you go through my channel, you will see that, we have covered, the Arabic, we have covered the Coptic, we have covered the Demotic, we covered the Hieratic, we covered pictorial, dealing with the metaphysics and the metaphorical and symbolic meaning. So people know my position on this. And they know my position on this, even though they would try to establish a straw man argument and misdirect the course. I've showed time and time again my premise, what I'm standing upon, and I've also demonstrated by documentation, academia. We have academia backing me in this. I have slide upon slide relating to this. I'm going to get into some of that over here, and that I wasn't able to get into over there, again, for the record. So I can show you again how these people, you know, are trying to misdirect the course. So this seal or this symbol, I'm gonna blow it up a little bit so y'all can see what I'm talking about. If you notice faintly, you can see 4 quadrants here. These quadrants represent many expressions in the Moorish paradigm. They represent justice, mercy, love, and right, you know, which has to do with the immortal virtues of the soul from the Ma'atic standpoint, Mother Ma'at. Hence, you know, you can see the wings are inherited from Ma'at. The wings are also synonymous with Heru. We can go into that aspect because there's neither masculine nor feminine when we deal with the actual spirit, because it don't have gender. Spirit is just spirit, you know. So looking at this special drawing, you can see Heru down here as a seed, you know, that is unfolding. You see the crescent, and this is actually synonymous with the headdress that is worn by both the gods and the goddesses. The Neter Ru, you see, and basically you see the wings again having to do with ascension. So the seed is unfolding, you know, into a manifestation of this seal and everything it is that it represents. You see? Now, I actually have another expression where I have a brother with a fez on that's actually uplifting the scimitar. You see? That's the updated version, you know, lifting the scimitar up. And I'm going to show you the artwork on that as well. So Sarnetta was asking me about this particular seal and telling them, you know, basically, why isn't that we can't bring forth our own seal? In other words, why it got to be something that the European created? For example, everybody can come up with concepts, create everything they want to. You don't see them attacking that. But with me, for some reason, I don't supposed to create nothing that represent what it is that I represent. I don't supposed to write no books. I don't supposed to present no sources. For some reason, this is the thing. We even got people right now in the comments on this video crying out to Saw, telling him, don't let me come on the channel no more. You know, they hate my information that much, family. And some of them don't even know me. Some of them don't even comprehend what they're looking at, you know. But you ain't never seen them cry out against somebody and tell him not to let them come on the channel. You see what I'm saying? But we got people that's doing that. So nevertheless, this seal, if you notice, it says Kemetian Adept Hierophant. And this is not talking specifically about me. My Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akin Pert M. Heru Tutankhamun Bey, one of the last adepts on the manifest, you know, is the one that actually conferred this special station or duty or work upon me, you know. And I've showed our family this before. And so I just fell in line to do the work, you know. And I didn't even intend for me to be called Kemetian Adept Hierophant. That's what the ethers brought forth. I'm talking about as far as dealing with, that's what everybody pretty much called me over my name, you know. And so that shows that when he put that out there in the ethers, my chairman, you know, it stuck. Because that's what they know me as, not by me proclaiming myself as that. And also, this is not just representing me, because all of us that are under the auspices of the teachings of the Egyptian adept, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, you know, inherit this special station. Just like the title Swift Angel was given to our chairman by the Prince of Peace, and just like the title Prince of Peace was given to the Prince of Peace by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, you know, and it stuck. You see, these were the works that they were called to do. And so I just fell in line with the life works, you know. So nevertheless, if you notice, you see that there is a golden cord. In our teaching, we speak of the golden cord of love, you know. So that's what this is a representation of. And notice you see 3 sevens within each knot, you know. So this represents a tie in what we call the expression of the triune law, wisdom, will, and love. You see, Safek Pekheru actually means circle 7. You see, it also means, you know, it represents the hierophant of the 7th adept degree. You see? So now, if you notice, it is as if Heru is lifting up this special measure. And also not to mention too, the AKO represents ancient Kemetian order. And then you see the inside of a triangle. This seal actually comes from something that's written in stone, you know, and we'll get into that at another time, but I have it in my videos. I'm talking about something that's actually etched in stone, and it deals with an ancient adept order, you know, that's connected to everything it is that we demonstrate. So if you know, you know. Now, when we go into the scimitar and the star, this is a representation of consciousness. That's what the scimitar represents. It's not a weapon of war, or at least physical war. It actually deals with an instrument by which we are able to subdue the lower self and thereby become love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So the scimitar is sheathed within our heads, in our consciousness, and the star is deposited within our heart. So in other words, this symbol, which really was brought by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, an adept symbol, represents spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. You see, that's what we represent. And so when you look at each one of these different gateways, you notice that there's an expression, you know, of a deity, Neteru, as it will be demonstrated in Kemetian. You see? And this actually says Olam. Olam, Ilm, Ilm represents knowledge. So we are showing that not only do we move and expand and ascend, you know, ourselves to the outer bounds, you know, but we come from the circle. We come from the source. So all of this unfoldment has to do with the truth going in every direction. We call it good news. You see, north, east, west, and the south. You see? So once you understand this and understand also the measure in the Grand Quran where it says that Allah, you know, has given every nation an open way. And he said that to him is our goal, basically, to Allah is our goal. If everybody would have come from the end of the earth and meet to one place, they would all enter through these special sacred gateways and meet at the center. And that would actually be synonymous to, you know, the aspects or directions that come from a pyramidal expression, so to speak, as directions are dealing with this. You see, we see 360 degrees to 720, all the way up to 1080, or we can deal with infinity also in this circle. You see, this is actually Meroitic. Meroitic, you know, is the script that actually comes from the region where my ancestors, according to my DNA, in Egypt come from. Mero or Meroitic, dealing with the Nubian or the Kushites, or even Sudan is tied to this. You know, so this is the Meroitic script that I use, and it actually translates, you rather be one than see one. This in the scimitar, instead of saying justice, it says Hierophant right here. It says Hierophant, right? And this again, you rather be one than see one. A swift angel, as you can see, swift angel right down here, right? So around this, again, this is just saying the same thing that you see in the English. Egyptian Adept is research Sultanate, but it represents justice, mercy, love, and right, these four quadrants. They also represent, you know, when the great God, you know, allowed our holy prophet to manifest the truth in chapter 1 of our most holy Quran, where he said, "Hear now, ye cherubim, ye seraphim, ye angels, and ye men." What did he mean by this? It was the men that were able to obtain or ascend through the degrees of what we call angel. This is the first adept degree. We swift angels. Then we go to a level of being cherubim. What does the cherubim do according to the Moorish Holy Quran? They are the protectors. And then what does the seraphim do? The seraphim degree represent when one becomes one through deific will with the spirit of the Almighty God, Allah. So this is man being able to unfold through these stations, as the prophet said, "Hear now, ye cherubim, ye seraphim, ye angels, and ye men." So those 4 quadrants represent that expression. It is man through his threefold state, his triune state, is able to unfold and climb that 3-step ladder to become one with the Creator. Our ancestors taught this in Kemet. You can find remnants of this teaching in the Bible. You can find remnants of this teaching in the Quran. You can find remnants of this teaching in a lot of religious texts when we deal with the concept of a 3-step ladder as it relates to the unfoldment of man. Also, a long line in dealing with this, this represents man and his attainment to what we call, the Fez degrees. The black Fez degree would represent the first stage of his unfoldment. You see, where he's coming out of that state of being dead in the head, mentally dead, spiritually dead, and so forth and so on. But then we come into the red Fez degree, where one has broken free from bondage under other men thought pattern. You see, one has become indeed a true and living expression of the ancestors. The DNA or the God code is expressing itself at this special level. And then one goes beyond that to the white Fez degree. And the white Fez degree represents the 7th Adept degree. The white Fez degree represents a degree that can only be given by the Creator himself. And our degrees deal with self-mastery, so we don't have to go in buildings to be initiated and go through rite ceremonies and forms and so forth and so on. Because we are the temple of perfection. So your adept chamber is above your neck. When a Prophet Noble Drew Ali said he was going to take the Moors up above the sun, moon, and stars around the almighty throne of Allah, the throne of Allah represents the seat of consciousness above the neck. This is why we say the main 2 held and 5 fell. When you go into the system of man and deal with what they call in science, the ganglionic centers, and what they like to call in the teachings of metaphysics, the chakras, is really only 2 that you need. And that's those 2 above your neck. And so in all actuality, this represents what they call the all-seeing third eye, Heru, Ra, however you want to put it. And notice that the beams are going in different directions. At the end of the beams is hands. This represents the consciousness, being awakened and extending itself throughout all of humanity, so to speak. This is why we say wisdom speak from out of the highest plane of spirit life. These rays are reaching down from on high. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, his last portion of his name means the Most High. So it was he who brought this consciousness to us. And the hand is symbolic to the mind. So the hand that's extending itself is looking for us in our consciousness to reach up and grab a hold to it. And we call this the meeting of the minds. Once we go to this special level, we don't see a difference between people. We don't see beef or conflict when it comes to dealing with, one's ideology and so forth and so on. And that's why I honor this paradigm, because we are universal in our thought. We are in unity, with our people when it comes to dealing with what it is that we teach, And so that owl is also a representation, of being ever watchful. The owl can spin his head 360 degrees too. You see? But that's a whole nother measure. The owl is basically the night version of what they would express as an eagle or a hawk. You see? They can see in the dark what these other fowls, birds, so to speak, see in the air. During the daytime, they can see it in the nighttime. You see? In fact, they diverged from each other, and there was conflict between them because they were actually both eaten in the day at one time, if you go into the history of it. And the owls chose to go into the realm of dealing with, you know, the darkness to receive their prey and let those other birds have, you know, there in the daytime. You got to do research on that. But anyway, the scimitar itself has a measure to it. This symbol also is a representation of the Big Dipper, you know, as it represents, you know, Venus and the Big Dipper, which is synonymous with what the Egyptians called the Kafesh. This is what's rotating around the Big Dipper. You see my channel, you know what I'm talking about. This is the barrel of the scimitar. This is the guard of the scimitar. This is the blade of the scimitar. All of this represent consciousness. This barrel or this grip or this handle, the most trustworthy handhold which never breaks, this represents the deity, the God in you. This represents the guard. It represents, you know, the gurus, masterminds, master teachers, prophets, divine warners, adepts, whatever you want to say. And this convex represents the spirit. So there's a triune expression even in the scimitar. You know, like Saw said, I could best explain this symbol. And I can go on, but I wanted to do that because I never got a chance to get to this portion due to the gaslight and the nonsense last night. So, all right, what we're going to do right now, you know, we're going to let y'all see what else was being said, because it's going to get real crazy in a minute. Watch this.
Okay, the pyramids.
So
Let me
who,
respond.
so who
Can I
did the
respond,
pyramids
Sonetta?
then? Hold up.
Now, mind you, Saw Neter, I wasn't even on the channel at this time, and Saw was just giving shots out. He was paying homage, and they started going in opposition. So mind you, now I'm being reached out to, you know, by our brother Apostle, you know, to come forth. And then I came on there, and you'll see how it go.
Apostle said man didn't make the pyramids or create them. Who did it then, Apostle?
Oh man, y'all.
The
just all
Anunnaki.
over the place to come.
Stop.
Oh man,
There you
God
go.
damn, man. He
It's
said the
okay.
Anunnaki.
Right, you don't
They
listen to
came
him, man.
from heaven. They came. That's what it said.
Oh,
Man, you know we don't believe in the
Yes,
Bible
sir.
now.
You
Hold
know,
on.
you
Hey,
know
Sonetta.
that damn Sphinx is
Sonetta,
over
can I respond to
13,000
yeah,
years.
yeah.
Listen, check this out, man. Your man be
keep
talking
believing
about
the
stuff
Anunnaki
that
ain't
human
real.
beings have already produced and put together. Yo, the homework is already out on it, man. You know what I'm saying? I seen him struggling against Smash with the hieratic. He was struggling. He can't read no hieratic. He playing with y'all, man.
Smack
That ain't,
who?
come on, man. Commission
Commission
to break
can
out a
read the
PowerPoint
hieratic. I
in the
seen
middle
him
of a
read it.
general conversation. That's a number one pseudo act when you got to break out a PowerPoint in the middle of it. That's like you breaking out a PowerPoint right now. Nobody does that. We're having a basic conversation, bro. We hit that damn link, Commission. Tired of playing with you. Hit that link. Hit that
Y'all
damn
gonna
link,
learn, man.
Shout out to
Now,
you.
threats don't work,
Y'all gonna
Commission.
learn
Look,
from Kemetian,
hold
man.
on. I
For
bet
real.
you Commission can get up on this panel and just have a normal conversation with Smash, with me and Reggie. I mean, like, don't take 45 minutes a turn. Just have a general. I bet you can't do it. You know why? Because he's a dedicated pseudo. He's been pseudo from day one. And I'm calling him all the way out. He's a
Hey,
pseudo.
Commission, if you
And I'm
need a
putting
spot,
$500
I'll
on my
bail
man
out
Smash.
and give you my
On a
spot.
free conversation, I got to give Smash 5. Come on,
If
dog.
Commission
Look
show
at
up,
look at
I'll
that.
bail
Look at all that
outside.
right
Everybody,
there.
hold up.
Now, mind you, this is the same Unc that said this right here the other day, because he was trying to come at me on some information, and he seen that when he tried to come at me on that information, that he was wrong. Watch this. This was just the other day, a few days ago. Just give it a chance and it'll load up. Yeah, these guys something else when it comes to dealing with this information. We're going to see if it let us come up. I know my little services be running a little slow, so bear with it, and we'll see if it shows up. If not, I may have to close the
We
other.
ain't listening
There you go.
to Commission because he tripping.
Okay, you heard him, right? We ain't listening to Kemetian because he tripping, right? Now watch what he come back and say in the same breath.
Nah, he all right. But he be tripping. He give me homework. I can always beat him up, blow my fist up.
He mean that I make him think. He don't like the fact that I make him think, because he thought he knew it all, and I'm supposed to be a pseudo-religious man in his mind. So he's saying that he don't like for me make him think.
Knock him out. The real information is say it is totally 100% true. So Kemetian was totally 100% true, but he ain't only.
I be tripping, but now I'm totally 100% true.
We ain't listening.
So as you can see, they all confused, and Reggie gonna do the same thing that he just did. He gonna admit what I said, and even Unc gonna admit what I said. And I'm like, do the audience really see these guys over here? Do they really think that the audience is that dumb? And evidently some of them individuals ain't got a lot up there to think with, because they run along with that foolishness. You know, despite evidence and everything being shown, I'm showing them a whole book that's from the 1800s, and they talking about it's a slide in a PowerPoint presentation. You see, I showed them a few slides, maybe 2 slides out of my PowerPoint presentation, you know, which was actually supposed to be a discussion on this subject between me and Smash Rockwell. The public had never seen, you know, the full totality of it. So I just used that to express my premise. But then I pulled the actual source material up. And they are so illiterate, and I don't say this to be mean, to where they actually going against the information, and I'm showing them information that exists before all of us was born, from the 1800s. But they hate what I'm presenting so much, they'll say anything to try to make the public believe that I'm presenting false information. And this is why I say that, you know, these individuals are the cancer of the conscious community, because they don't want you to have the truth. They so in love with this Eurocentric perspectives, to where when I'm bringing you the truth and trying to show you we need to do our own work, they don't want to do the work. They are intellectually lazy, and they are intellectually narcissists. Sophomaniacs. I ain't saying that to be funny or to attack their character. I'm telling you exactly what that is. Look the words up. Again, monomaniac is somebody that can only see what it is that they deal with according to the knowledge that they study alone. A sophomaniac is somebody that believes that their intelligence is more superior than other people. So when you try to bring information to them, they automatically reject it. They try to come up with rebuttals against it. And you're going to see they couldn't even rebut some of this stuff, and they had to bow down. But then they come in with the shenanigans, you know, to try to convolute the conversation and make it look like they was getting something off. And I just feel, I hate when they try to deal with our people and disrespect their intelligence, because they know our people sincerely want to learn. They know our people, some of them will follow them off the cliff or into a serpent's pit. Some of our people run behind them like, I ain't got no problem with that. But at the expense of making our people, you know, even more of the ignoramus. Really? You gonna sacrifice our people just because you don't want to be wrong? And you know that they are sincere in following you? Come on, man. Watch this. Watch this, family.
Let Real Thought get it in. Go ahead, Real Thought.
I really appreciate that, Sal, because it's just, I'm gonna be real brief. Just so we don't have the chat thinking what Apostle said can fly. And I mean that with all due respect, Elder. When you say the Anunnaki built the pyramids, right? That's not only taken away from our people, but that's taken away from the timeline of science and humanity itself. And the problem with anybody, not just the Apostle, but them goofies on ancient history, or the you know what I'm talking about, the guy with the crazy hair and shit. Yeah, here's the problem with that. We can see ancient Africans building mounds first. We see the mounds before it was a big pyramid, before it was even shaped like a pyramid. You see these mounds being stacked. Then you see them being shaped upwards. Then you see the stones being mixed with the ingredients for limestone in order for the top to shine when the sun hit it. Before you get to the Great Pyramid,
taste this elder, brother.
You see the younger versions of our ancient ancestors building that first. So why if the aliens built it, didn't they drop it down perfect? If the Anunnaki, and when you say Anunnaki, you talk about Inky and you talk about Enlil and their generations, they don't really exist. If they built that and dropped it down, it should be perfect. We shouldn't see no mounds of dung before we see limestone with gold at the top. That shows
Apostle, you don't want this smoke from this young lion.
I think it's just the opposite. I think man saw the pyramids and how perfect they were and tried to duplicate it. Thus, you see the step pyramids of man trying to duplicate the pyramids.
Sauce it up.
Nah, we know who built the pyramids.
Sauce it up, Apostle. Because what you going by is what you think.
Shit up. He didn't source his up, so don't ask me to source mine up.
He did source it.
I can tell you the architects of the Great Pyramid.
Opposite. Man see these
Hold on, y'all.
pyramids.
Let Apostle speak. Go ahead, Apostle.
I see man seeing these pyramids and the scale that these pyramids are on at the level and the alignment and how they line up all across the world, even with the stuff in Mesoamerica being lined up totally under the 95th parallel, and how all that shit is lined up, and you can follow it from Egypt all the way out through America, out in the Pacific, the perfect alignment back to Egypt. And man today can't duplicate it.
You got
Even
white
with
Jesus
their
behind your
knowledge,
head, yo. You
Even with their knowledge today,
Where?
they can't build them damn pyramids.
You got white Jesus behind you, yo. Stop it. Is that Jesus
Even
behind
with
you,
them
yo?
damn with white Jesus, what you talking about?
Right behind your head. Look behind you. What is that?
Behind my head.
That picture,
No.
yo. That's Jesus,
That's a
yo.
female.
No, on the other side of you, yo. Look around you.
I ain't got no white Jesus on my wall. That's a female.
Not on your wall, yo.
That's a picture I drew. Huh?
A Jesus, yo?
I ain't drawing no Jesus picture. Mute my mic up while I'm trying to answer.
Yes, that's all I was saying. It's all love, you know.
Come on, man. Y'all got to stop talking when I'm putting my sound effects on. I'm saying for a reason. You see that young champion, the future champ in the building, God damn it. He ain't afraid to pop up in this moon. Huh? He ain't afraid. Y'all playing yourself.
That's right.
Yeah, what you talk that talk, huh? Where you at now?
I said he a dedicated pseudo. He know it.
Ask him to break down his symbol.
Stop it. Wait, break down them symbols, Kemetian. Break it down.
He know it.
Ain't no Jesus picture up there, huh?
Hold up.
Watch this. Watch. I bet you pull up a PowerPoint.
Yo, we here. Everybody got to go on mute. We hear background.
Okay. I'm going to rise upon the 7 first.
Yeah. Rise upon
Y'all don't know me. I don't run from no call out.
That's right.
I ain't never did that. Ain't nothing but some hot fish grease over here. So check this out. I got one question for all of y'all that's up here running your beat, right? Smash, Reggie, and And I want y'all to answer this question right now. We don't want no capping or none of that up in here. All three of y'all. I'm finna show this community how Kemetian get down. Hey, so I'm one of the one that 4 and 5 used to try to jump on, and they couldn't do nothing with me back then.
That's right. I remember. I remember.
So I want to ask y'all, especially Smash, because he mentioned the glyphs, and they was talking about the hieratic and all this here. I want to ask them this. Produce me an alphabet chart that was in existence before Champollion created the one he created. I bet you now one of y'all can't show me.
But
I bet you now one of y'all can't show me.
But that's not important.
Yes, it is.
Stop, Reggie.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not what he asked you. Hold on, everybody stop. Everybody stop. Reggie, the man didn't ask you nothing about what's important. He's asking you, he's challenging you to do something. He
Okay,
ain't
can I
asking y'all, is it
explain?
important? Y'all was talking that bungo shit. The man popped up. He's challenging y'all now. Let's
Why
go.
you trying to help him out, yo?
Let's
He
go,
helping me
goddammit.
out. Pull it up.
If you don't help him out, sir, he gonna get beat
I'm
up.
not
He
gonna
asks a
help him out.
wild question,
I'm
sir.
not gonna help him out.
Pull the
Okay,
alphabet
so let
chart
me
up that
explain to
existed
you.
before
Let me
Champollion.
explain to you, sir. Let me
I don't
explain
need
to
no
you something.
explanation. I want the chart.
Hey, no, I'm gonna
Get out of
explain
here,
to
Chuck.
you.
One
The-
at a time. One mic. Go ahead, Reggie.
The ancient, if you know anything about the language is symbolic. It's logographic, right? It begins logographic.
I want y'all to remember this now. He said the language is symbolic and logographic. I want y'all to remember that. He says symbolic. Watch this.
The earliest that we can see it is in a civilization called Napata. Napata, right? If you look at the vases in Napata, you will find vignettes. So these are logographic symbols that make out what they're saying. They're not writing yet. There's no need for alphabetical chart. It's pictorial, right? When writing begins in the later period, in the second and third dynasty of what we call ancient Egypt, then actually you can actually see what we call writing, right? Grammatical sentences, right? Prior to that, the civilization began logographically. And so that you can see characters like Bat, you can see Hawat, right? You can see the Norsut plant, right? Those things get better in the later periods of Egypt, right? So when you're looking at vignettes and logographics, right, you can understand what the people are saying before you actually have. Now, as far as the descriptions of the words, right? You before Champollion, you had Arabic scholars trying, right? And it showed the fact of the absence of knowledge that they was trying. Prior to that, you have the Greeks using words, right, that we know or from that civilization Tawi, right? And then there is Coptic. As far as the alphabet chart, I don't understand why that is important when you're looking at the development of the language, right? That I'll stop right there. I don't understand.
This smash go last. Let me add this in.
I'm gonna show
Hold on
you
for a
why
minute.
it's important. Hold up, unless you want to pull this chart up, because I ain't gonna.
Yeah, I don't want to. I want to just say my
I ain't gonna
point.
get
and I'm
off
gonna
here
shut up.
until y'all pull this chart up.
No, I'm not
Go
going.
ahead. I'm gonna
saying,
let you speak. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, what I'm saying is, I don't know why you would say such a thing. Like, why would it need a chart? The
This
language
out your
was
lead,
undecipherable. The language was undecipherable.
Stay in
The
your
written
place,
text was
This out your
undecipherable.
lead,
What?
I know you want to click up, but this out your lead now.
No, let me. You cut me off.
Go ahead.
I'm saying I'm right in my lead.
Okay, go ahead.
Remember,
Jump in that water.
Pharaoh and Young and setting them ran. I'm trying to tell you that you're asking for an item that will be produced by people trying to decipher the Metu Neter, right? And I'm saying it was dead. They couldn't figure it out. You know why they couldn't figure it out? Because they was doing what you doing. And you know what you're doing? What you're doing is you're looking at a daggone picture, right? And acting like that's what it means. That's why they could never figure it out. It's not until the Europeans realized, right, through their racism, wait a minute, this is actually a written language. And that's when they realize how to do it. And then you start to find what you're talking about. But prior to that, why would it even be a need for that? They was nowhere close. If not for the Rosetta Stone, they was dead in the water.
Did y'all hear what this man just said? Prior to that, what would be the need of an alphabet chart? He's admitting that Champollion created an alphabet chart later, but saying it don't make no sense for me to ask the question, can they produce an alphabet chart that existed prior to Champollion creating his? You see what I'm talking about? And the audience have no idea what we talking about, because this is what's going on, family. Because the European have taught this for centuries, that the hieroglyphics was deciphered, because they have taught that the hieroglyphics come from the hieratic, and all this has been pushed throughout the public. Of course, when you go on the internet, you're gonna find that everywhere, because that's the narrative that they've been pushing. But they haven't had anyone to go against the narrative, in this era in time, like I'm going at them. The only other person that has went there is our brother Walter Williams. And shouts out to the elder. But I have went there to the extent to where I'm showing you this stuff that he been talking about. You see, that's the only difference. So just because somebody agree to something as being truth and they accept it as being truth, don't make it truth. So if I can show you that there was no alphabet chart prior to that, then how is it that the ancestors dealt with Metu Neter before Champollion created his chart? That's a plain question. How you gonna say that don't make no sense? And then Reggie admitted that it was symbolic at that time, which is what I've been saying. I've been saying that the pictorials are symbolic. They're called anaglyphs. I have plenty of information. I already told this and showed this many times. For those who follow my channel, they already seen it. So I don't even have to explain this to them. So we're not denying that those pictures exist from the ancient time. We're saying that there's no alphabet chart from that particular time period to verify and corroborate with what Champollion created. So that alphabet chart that they are using is Champollion's alphabet chart. Not only that, but the monuments that he used to create the chart come from the Ptolemaic civilization. Those who pillaged Egypt. We showed you the history on how the actual decree that's written in this bogus Rosetta Stone is talking about expelling the native Nubians and how he was trying to quell the rebellion of them trying to take their land back. So that's enough, like I always say, to take the Rosetta Stone and throw it in the trash. Since they always want to talk with the Moors was part of the slave trade. That's another lie they've been told and that I expose. But y'all want to hate the Moors and the Moorish paradigm and try to push that narrative to keep our people minds prejudiced toward the Moors. But yet you are uplifting a Rosetta Stone that wasn't even created by the ancient Egyptian. It was created by the Ptolemies. And Champollion used that for his method of decipherment, which means that he's dealing with Ptolemaic hieroglyphs. And there's a difference between Ptolemaic glyphs and the ancient ancestors' glyphs. So if you accept that relic, which was created later, wasn't even created by ancient ancestors, and you say they can use that to decipher what was already in existence, you are the one that has lost your mind. There's just not one who has come forth in this era in time and went as hard as I'm going. And a lot of them making money, off of this stuff. And that's why they are fighting me, as hard as they can to try to silence this information. But that only make me go harder. That's all it do. I told you, anytime you do that to me, I don't care about what nobody's saying. I know what I got over here. And I'm going to give you a taste of it right now since I'm talking about it. And I got a plenty of these right here. Shouts out also to the goddess and queen, Sister Dulcinea, because we seen her in the box trying to explain this to the people. They understood what she was saying, but they just didn't want to accept it. They tried to convolute the conversation, and I actually sent her this jewel this morning. I sent her this jewel this morning, right? And I'm going to show you the source so you can look at it yourself. Actually, I already had it open over here. Let me see here. I'm going to go to, because this is where you can go and get older books, family. I keep telling you, go to Google Books, and it's going to give you everything. As far as when it comes to when it comes to dealing with this in special language. Let me see here, because I may be able to find this in special drawing right here quicker. Okay, yeah, there it go right there. Let's see here. Okay, not that one. Where is that? Give me 1 second, because I want y'all to be able to go back to these to this source material so y'all can look it up yourself. I don't never try to make nobody believe what it is I'm saying and not have nothing to back it up. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I hit the right one. It might be this one here. That's it. Now, this book, again, is called Hieroglyphic Egyptian. Let me see if it'll take me out. That's all right. Okay, in this book, it tells you about the origin of the languages. Let me blow this up. Some have seen me present this, and they actually give you a rundown on the scripts in the Egyptian languages. And it says the development of Egyptian writing went hand in hand with the consolidation of a unified Egyptian state. Over the course of 4.5 millennia, Egyptian scribes developed 4 scripts with which to write their language at various stages of its development, right? But it says in the classical period, training began, it says, with hieratic and proceeded to hieroglyphic. Although students today generally reverse that order, finding hieratic more difficult to read and certainly to write. And they're giving you they're showing you the way that Western academia has been demonstrating this, but they're telling you actually that the hieratic, was taught to the scribes, and in their book, they saying hieroglyphic, came on the manifest, after that, right? But watch what they go on to say here. This is my premise. Now, they go into the definition of these things, and they put it in the order that the West normally put it. Hieratic, a hieroglyphic here, hieratic, and then they go down to this is the order they normally put it. But look at what they say in the definition here. It says hieroglyphic, Greek, grammata, hieroglyphica, right? Holy carvings. It says the forms are icons that resemble what they represent. It says, though they do not normally function as pictograms, it says, for the most part, hieroglyphs were carved in stone, although sometimes they were written on papyrus. So hieroglyphs are mostly found in stone, right? It says, especially in the case of religious texts. The Egyptian term for this script was known as Session Metu Neter. It says, writing of the words of God, right? This is the Greek interpretation. It says the earliest monumental hieroglyphic inscription date to the first dynasty. And I know exactly what they are saying here, but I'm going to show you what supports my premises. Listen to what they say. This is the key. Hieratic, Greek, grammatia, right? Hieratica, the priestly script. A cursive script primarily for use with pen on papyrus. This is my point. What they are now calling the Book of the Dead was written in hieratic. What they call the Papyri Prissy was written in hieratic on papyrus. So this is actually the oldest expression of it. It says, or on an ostracon, which is a rock. So they also wrote on rock with ink and pen. It says that is a potsherd or limestone flake. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, which is what and all of them keep trying to argue. Listen, it is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than hieroglyphic. I'm going to pause for a minute and let that sink in. But I'm going to read it one more time, because a lot of time when you do it 3 times, it sinks more into the consciousness. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than the hieroglyphics. Right here, people, is telling you that hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than the hieroglyphic. It's not saying pictures and all that there didn't exist, but it is saying that the hieratic was in existence long before people started trying to look at the hieroglyphics and trying to put them in a category of a language is what it's trying to say. It's saying it right here. I ain't even got to really put no spin or interpretation on it, because it's saying what it said. And just for a bonus, I'm going to read it again. Just for the ones in the back of the room that didn't get it. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs. And it's going to go further than this. Since hieratic appears early in the archaeological record than the hieroglyphic. In fact, the oldest extant texts from Egypt, which date to the pre-dynastic period, were produced with ink and brush. Hieroglyphs are called sacred carvings. So they're saying that the oldest extant texts from Egypt that date from the pre-dynastic period were produced with ink and brush, with no indication that the signs descended from hieroglyphs. Oh my God. Are you kidding me right now? And I got a whole bunch more saying the same thing. This ain't the only source I got saying this. It says, rather, the two writing systems seem to have developed side by side, reserved for different uses. Only rarely were inscriptions written on hard stone in hieratic script, which served for more commonplace and everyday purposes. Hieratic also appears to have been called Metu Neter, or God's word. And I tell you that all the time, that Metu Neter, it extends across all of the languages, even in the Demotic. But more on a grander degree, you know, I isolate that to the pictures, because the pictures represent symbolic, metaphorical expressions, and this interpretation comes from the gods. It comes from the deities. It comes from basically being able to tune into your divine consciousness in order to bring forth these things. And this science was taught from father to son, from priest, high priest to high priest. The priests, they were training and waking up. So they dealt with the pictorials from a metaphysical standpoint. In our Moorish paradigm, we do the same thing. Because Prophet Nobadru Ali taught the same thing in the Moorish Holy Quran when Yehoshua, the neophyte, our brother they called Jesus, was in Egypt, and he was put in the temple of Heliopolis. And there was hieroglyphics in front of him. He was told to contemplate the meaning and give a meaning. He wasn't given no alphabet chart. So that's why Kemetian is dealing with this way. And not only that, but there are scholars prior to the 19th century. All of them taught the same thing, that these things were meant to be understood metaphysically, symbolically, metaphorically, and they were an enigma. And I always say, in order for you to truly understand what we call Metu Neter, is by reading the book of creation. It's simple, but they want to go with the Roman narrative. And in fact, I showed you even Horapollo, who was doing it before Champollion, who Champollion agreed with. I did a whole video on this. Horapollo dealt with them metaphysically. And they say that Horapollo got a lot of his symbols correct. So they acknowledge Horapollo's metaphysical interpretation without an alphabet chart and say that he was correct. Champollion stole some of his work and mixed it in with what he stole from Thomas Young and his teacher, De Saussure. They wrote papers on Champollion saying he was a charlatan. And even his works were never completed when he died. So everything that you have now is somebody trying to interpret what they thought Champollion created. But you don't even see the dictionary that Champollion so-called brought forth. And I know the reason for that. Because if you were to put his dictionary that he was trying to compile next to the works that they're trying to claim come from him, a lot of it will be garbage. And what we have found, me and the scribes in my particular circle, is that when we went into a lot of the hieratic papyri, the original papyri, and we went to dealing with these transliterations, reverse engineering it back to in its original state, we found that a lot of those translations are incorrect, outright incorrect. And I got books that talk about that as well over here. That's why I was daring a lot of them to get in the ring. Now watch this.
Rosetta Stone put them where they need to be. If not for that, it still be people making it up like you, bro. That's my answer. And by the way, Hieratic is not older than Metu Neter.
Who created the Rosetta Stone? Huh?
Created it.
What you mean?
Huh,
Who
you
created
don't answer that
the
question?
Greeks? The Greeks created the Rosetta
The
Stone.
Greeks created the Rosetta Stone.
In a basement.
So if if the Greeks created the Rosetta Stone, how would they have knowledge of what the ancient ancestors taught if that was the stone that Champollion used to create his alphabet?
That don't make no sense.
They don't make no
Oh
sense.
yeah, it makes plenty sense.
Don't make no
It makes
sense.
plenty sense. Now stop.
make no
I'm
sense.
getting back to it again. Can you pull up a chart
No.
prior
you
to
don't
the
need a
one
chart.
that Champollion created? Can you pull up a chart that was used by the ancestors to prove that they dealt with the alphabets like Champollion dealt with them? And
Oh,
was
yeah.
it
Deciphered.
deciphered?
It
Reggie,
wasn't
pull it
deciphered.
up now.
It wasn't. See what you're saying is not
No.
making
Ask
any
this
sense.
I asked for a
Right.
chart. That's all. Do you have it? Yes or no?
Right. Right.
Do
So
you have a chart?
we're
Yes or no?
talking about the moment that the
Great would be
language was
amazing if you
deciphered,
had it.
right?
Do you have a chart? Yes
You know
or
what I'm
no?
saying? If you
family?
had it, it would be amazing.
Listen to me. Do you have a chart?
Not supposed to have it before them.
So you don't supposed to have no chart.
No, maybe you got something. Show us.
No, I know
Not
the
gonna help you out.
history. I know the history behind it.
So you don't have a chart,
History.
neither?
Let me
So
show
I don't
you.
got a chart, and you don't got a chart.
Let
So
me
what
show
it
you something. Let me show you
No,
something.
no screens.
Let me
Just
show you
chart.
something. I ain't got no
No
screen.
screens.
I ain't
No
got
magical
One
screens.
at a time. Let them talk. Let them talk.
Now you notice I say, let me show you something. I actually wasn't finna show no screen. I was getting ready to demonstrate, right? Now, a lot of time when I speak without a screen, they say we want to see a source. But they know my sources are dangerous. Just like I just showed y'all that one right there. And they know I got a whole bunch of them to back them sources up. So it's not just showing one source, but what makes me dangerous with my information is I have a plethora of sources. And that is called in the consciousness of scholarship consensus. That means you have more than one person coming from different walks of life saying the same thing. And if you was put on trial and everybody was saying the same thing, you can be innocent. And just because you got all them eyewitnesses saying they seen you do that, you going to jail. So when it come down to dealing with all this information, when you have different people that are writing about this subject and everybody's saying the same thing, everybody can't be lying, family. These are people that did their own independent research on the resources that they had. And they wasn't even in knowledge of each other. They didn't know that. Some of them didn't even know that they was doing work. They wasn't even a part of the same bibliography, so to speak, when it comes to the scholarship. But all of them were saying the same thing. And before I read their works, my research brought me to this conclusion. And then once I dug deeper, I seen it was other people that had already been saying this before the 19th century. And I'm telling you, people, you better investigate the knowledge that took place prior to that, because in the 19th century, I keep telling y'all, after that, that's when that new world of thought came in, where they were trying to usurp the information, with all the endologous movements and so forth and so on. They was definitely trying to bring that on the manifest. Scientific racism, Darwinism, all that stuff came after, the ushering in of the 19th century. Across the board, they were trying to bury our people in ignorance. You don't believe me? Go do the work in the research.
Yeah.
I ain't got no screen right now. I'm finna give you history because I don't need the paper. I use that to help you out. Because if I come off the head, you're going to say, oh, give me something and show me some sources. So I'm finna show you something, how Kemetian come off the dome with no book or nothing. First and foremost, everything prior to the 19th century, Brother Reggie would state, I got 7, 8, 9, 10 different individuals state that those symbols were called anaglyphs, and they were pictorials that had metaphysic, symbolic meaning. You just said it yourself, Reggie.
I didn't say
You
metaphysical.
I said it.
did.
I said it. I said it.
Reggie, you gonna go back on what you said?
I said it. That was me,
I hear
Kemetian.
real good, Reggie.
Hey,
You said a
Kemetian.
logo symbol.
Kemetian, I just said it. Kemetian, I said.
Now remember, Reggie said that originally it was symbolic. Now he trying to recant his statement. but thanks to social media, it's already recorded. Now, Unc trying to save it. You see what I'm saying? Unc trying to save him and say, no, I said that.
Said the reason they couldn't decipher it because they doing what you doing. They attributed metaphysical things to it. That's why they couldn't do it.
You can help him, but hold up. Let him answer the question. I ain't gonna beat him up yet. I'm gonna get you next. Y'all don't know who you're talking to. Now, Reggie, answer that question. Since you jumped out in the water first. And Smash, you don't be silent over there. I want you to.
I said the early language.
All three of y'all.
Who cares what you want?
I said that the early language, right, was logographic and pictorial. How we know what those things are is after.
Now you see, he tried to leave a symbolic aspect out of it. See, that's a forked-tongued serpent right there. Y'all will get a chance to go back and see this, and you can go watch it on Sonetta TV as well.
Decipherment of the language, right? So then we have.
This is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting piñatas.
You wouldn't even know what the pre-dynastic and the early glyphs represent or could represent without the decipherment method. We could not know that. You don't have a method. That's the problem. See, so when it comes to decipherment, you need a known language against an unknown language, or a known script with a known script, right, for the process to take place. You can't have an unknown script and an unknown language. What the Rosetta Stone gave us was a known language, right, which was the Greek language, juxtaposed to the Metu Neter.
Yo, read the comment on the screen.
And the Demotic. When we had a known language,
said the moon's blink.
When the moon blinked. So when we have the decipherment method. So you need a decipherment method. Can you explain a decipherment method? Right? Because in order for us to find unknown languages, we need a known language or a known script. In the context of the Metu Neter and the Rosetta Stone, we had a known language, right, and writing that we can juxtapose it with an unknown script, right? And that was the process in which you can do comparison, right? Now, you have to explain to the audience right now, right, what is a decipherment method, right? You have to do that, because otherwise you're just making stuff up.
Reggie, again, I want to see the chart that exists prior to. I'm asking this question for a reason. All you got to do is admit it ain't damn chart.
It ain't no chart. I already told you that.
So y'all agree it ain't no chart that exists.
I said it's a Rosetta Stone.
Okay, so y'all all agree unanimously that there is no chart that existed prior to Champ.
I don't know. It might. I don't know. I don't think it is. But go ahead.
I'm saying, okay.
You mean like what kind of chart? What you mean?
We're gonna give you a thumb up for you admitting.
Okay.
You right. What about you, Reggie? What about you, Reggie? You agree that it wasn't a chart?
I already said what I said.
So y'all see Reggie ran. So you see he ran, right? Pew, he took off. And now the problem is, because every time I'm building, they got to come in behind me on my heels and try to convolute what I said, trying to distort what it is that I brought forth. But they don't never want to come forth and have a dialogue on these things. You see? So I'm looking at it like agent provocateur activity. You know? Watch this.
Reggie funny.
But I told y'all before I came in here. He know what time it is. So I done watched me long enough, and he done seen y'all.
Young fella's 30 years old.
And he know y'all gonna run now. But I
ain't running. Help me out. What's the purpose of the chart?
I'm gonna get honest to Ump, because Ump is wise enough to say that it wasn't no chart.
I tried to tell y'all, man, don't jump out the window.
And he right.
Y'all sleeping on this young stallion, man.
Talking, son. What you say?
Now I'm finna teach you now.
Hold on, what you say? What you said? You said I was right. Ain't no
I
chart,
said you
correct?
was right when you said well, no alphabet chart that existed prior to the
Sure.
one that.
Tell them what that means. Tell
Now,
them what that means.
what that has to do with that is because Reggie said I need to show him a method of decipherment. No, I don't, because I'm telling you that there is no decipherment. I'm with the brother Walter Williams. So the burden of proof is him to prove that Champollion is right. And for him to do that, it would be crazy because Champollion created his alphabet system off of the monuments that were created by the Ptolemies. They wasn't even created by the ancient Egyptians.
Right.
You see? Now you accept that narrative because the European unrolled it in a million books, but Kemetian got the proof over here that the hieratic is actually the primary source. The hieratic, again, is the primary source. All the other things y'all talking about is foo-foo. It sounds good. And Kemetian can read that garbage the same way y'all do it. But I don't do that garbage because one time I believed just like y'all. But I'm wise enough to read and then say, I'm glad I didn't write no book on this foolishness because I would have to bite track. And that's y'all problem. Y'all making money off of teaching people that foolishness. And you don't want to accept it. You just like the Europeans.
Yeah, gotta eat
so
the
now
words,
it's
man.
taking you.
They
And
gotta
so
eat that teaching.
Yeah, you got to
can't eat it.
So you ain't
They
gonna
can't.
admit it. But if I pull this PowerPoint up, because you know I had this ready for a debate.
There you go, the PowerPoint.
You know, if I pull this up with this information in here, it's gonna make them look real ugly right now.
Don't pull it up yet.
Don't
Save
pull it
that.
up. Don't pull it up.
Don't pull it up.
Save
All right,
it in
listen,
case-
hold on,
save
please.
it.
Hey,
Listen, save
your
it in
parents
case
said that was
jump
supposed
out the
to be
window or Reggie jump out the
I'm
window.
jumping out the window. Matter of
Save
fact, I'm diving full steam
I
ahead on
got
him,
you,
right?
son.
So
Anytime y'all ready,
hold on, it's my turn. Come on for a minute.
Smash. I'm gonna let you speak. I just want to call you out real quick.
Hey, calm
Smash,
down.
Reggie, anybody that got a problem with what Kemetian's saying, prove me wrong. I
Already
beg
did,
you. I
bro.
dare you to come
Already
up
did.
in-
You just got cognitive
I dare you
dissonance.
to come up in here and accept this debate.
You don't remember the last time we spoke?
You
You don't remember the last time we spoke?
All right, everybody.
I dare you.
All right, hold on.
All right, everybody. Why everybody get to talk with Smash?
Go ahead, Smash. Go ahead.
Thank you. You don't remember the last time we spoke? When you got humiliated on Sonetta TV.
Okay, now he trying to misdirect and deceive the people. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said it like this right here, Moors. You know, he said basically, you know, if somebody keep pressing on you, he said you turn around and you drop the world on them. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm dropping the truth on these individuals. Ain't no malice involved. You know, it's actually entertaining me to see how they respond to the information. So ain't no hatred or no malice, not from my end. I kind of move them and make them kind of sensitive, though. I can tell that. You can see it. You're going to see they like a pack of ravaging hyenas, so to speak. That's what Sonetta say. That's what he called them, hyenas. And basically, they can't take the information because they've been teaching this stuff to the public. So I know they just like the European. They learn well. The European know they're wrong. They're going to do everything they can to try to keep the truth from unfolding. But this is the age of information. So you can't suppress this. You can't hide this. You can't hide behind your eloquent ignorance and persuade those who know what's going on. You may be able to get the one that don't know no better, but you ain't going to be able to get the one that can see through the foo-foo. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's going on right here. And that's why they upset. That's why they be talking. I don't even be on the panel. And they be talking about me when it comes to this information. That's how I know that I done struck a nerve. Sonetta just be shouting out. He be showing love. He said, whether I'm there or I ain't there, he show love. You know what I mean? Because he know they running. They can say what they want to say, but they running.
And why is he on the big screen while I'm talking?
I don't remember.
What's up with your promotional tactics? I'm just keeping it a buck. You don't remember the last time we spoke, huh, Kemetian?
The last time I exposed, you didn't know what you was talking about with the hieratic.
Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
That
That's
was
exactly what happened.
Is that
I
what
even got the
channel
video
that we
where you
have
say
right
you
here?
was wrong.
So let me school you on something.
I got the video where you say
It
you was
wasn't even
wrong. after you
Champollion
spoke,
who
man.
came up with his list.
Hold
See,
on,
that's why I
Commission. Let him go. Commission, let him
Go,
go.
go
It
ahead.
wasn't
Go
even
ahead.
Champollion who came up with his list. You know that?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go back to that video. I got time on my channel. I'm gonna go back to that video where me and Smash had the conversation and I first pulled a hieratic up on it. So y'all can see this right here. I keep all my receipts and I keep all my records. So watch this. It didn't play on Sarnetta's channel for some reason a while back. Just like sometime on my channel it won't play. But I got a lot of receipts in here and I'm gonna show you that conversation so y'all can see how it went. And you'll be able to see that Smash, I think this might be the one here. It's a couple of videos on here that I was speaking and Smash actually admitted that he was wrong on one of them. I just want to go back. I seen a group of the videos. I just want to go down here and make sure there ain't none down in the bottom because I done went back and forth with so many of them. Okay. Okay, here it is. It's in this group right here. It's in this group right here. Watch this. He's like 1 minute. Let's see if this is one. I want to see if this is the exact one dealing with him because I got others dealing with your boy too. This was actually them on the panel where I pretty much did the same thing I did in this video here yesterday. You know, so this was 10 months ago to be exact. Let's see if it come on. And I'm gonna run all these clips. Like I said, it ain't but 1 minute. And you'll see that when we had this discussion before, how it went. Right? Watch this. And that's the same source I just read to y'all. And this is what happened right here. How it's buffering right there. When I tried to show it to him last time on Saw channel, it was buffering just like this. I'm gonna see if it stopped buffering though in a second. Because it ain't but 1 minute. So I don't see why it don't they start doing that. See, look at it. And this is my own site that's doing this here. It's hieratic, Greek in Grammatica, hieratica, which is priestly script, a cursive script primarily for use with pen on papyrus or on ostracon, like I showed you how they wrote on the papyrus. That is a potsherd or limestone flake. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs. I'm going to say this again. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs. They didn't hear me, family. I'm going to say it one more time so that I can knock the brains out of falsehood, and then I'm going to proceed on. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than hieroglyphic. Body bag, right? So there it is. That's one of the clips, this right there. Hieratic. That's one of the clips. Now this is all in the same set. Watch this. Let me show you the other one now. Let me show you the other one. Because y'all got to see how it climaxed into what they talking about. But watch this. Because we want to make it plain and clear. Okay, here's the next one. In that same conversation. These two different alphabetical expressions, so to speak.
Right.
This me telling JJ about this. And I'm going to show you where for this. Didn't even know. You'll see it. See what I'm saying? So it's body bag right there. I'm going to go into the Unicode in a second. I'm going to go into my transliteration too. Now here's another story.
Damn, Smash, you falling off, man.
Now here's another. Let me blow this up too, because I want to make sure my audience can see this.
Hey, Commissioner, before you came around, Smash was the top, guy they go to when they talk about this Metu Neter. You know, all through the community is bragging about Smash. I'm not taking nothing away from the man because he know way more about this than me. But it seemed like Kemetian got more of an understanding of what's going on than what I've seen so far from over there on my rock squad. That's why I say, hey, if y'all out there, y'all want to learn about this, come over here and then learn with Kemetian.
These two different alphabetical expressions, so to speak.
Right.
You see? And so he mistaken this for this. And didn't even know it. See what I'm saying? So he been body bag right there. I'm gonna go into the Unicode in a second. I'm gonna go into my transcript. So basically, I'm showing how this cat had mistaken a letter for another letter. You see? Nothing wrong with that, because I know he don't know the hieratic. However, he tried to make it seem as if he know what was talking about, but he said that he dealt with me in the previous conversation. Now I'm showing you that previous conversation that he made reference to. So that was me telling JJ about it the next day, you know, when we had spoke after the particular conversation we had. So we went live on his channel. Watch this. Hieratic Greek, Grammatia Hieratica, priestly script. That's the wrong clip right there. That's the wrong clip right there. Scroll down a little bit more. Okay. Go back. That's one thing. You got to always keep your information, family. Maybe I should have let that demonstration run its course when I was on SAW channel when I tried to run it, and it would have ran out. But it was taking too long when I was trying to run it. You know, so, and you know, they have a little time frame over there, so all is well. But on my channel, like I say, I got liberty. I'm at liberty to show this stuff as I do. You know, because we gonna show the people the truth every time, family. These people be trying to get around it and be disingenuous. Here we go at the bottom here. You see them letters closer together. You see the hook at the bottom, Judah? Let me blow this up.
Yeah.
You see that? Now look at this. Right? And now look at this. You see it?
Yeah, right there. Yep.
Right there. You see what I'm saying? Now let us go back. Hold up. Let us go back over here. So when you go into all this family and you see it, what letter do it say that is right there, Drew?
Let me get my screen.
That's the letter.
I say
right
why?
Didn't I say that's what letter it was? He say I was wrong, right? You see this here? Now I just showed he misidentified the glyph, and he want to put that on me. Here we go at the bottom here. Now we're gonna go to where he actually was on there and we was live, and that's the last video I had dealing with this. And you're gonna see him on his own channel. Actually, I had one when I was on Sonetta, but this is him on his own channel admitting that he was wrong. Let me see. Okay, not that one. Okay, I think I just passed it. There you go, right there. Now, he was saying I was wrong.
Here we have the symbol, y'all. But you got to notice some stuff. Here we have the symbol, and it says it don't say what I said.
There you go. You hear me? You hear me?
I said it's
so he acknowledged that the symbol don't say what he said, but all the while he was arguing me down, saying that I was wrong in what I said. Now on his channel, he admitted this, and this is what I was talking to JJ back about. you know, showing him the symbols. The first clips I showed you, I was pointing out the right thing and how he admitted he was wrong. And we had the conversation on this on Sarnetta channel. And he trying to act like that he washed me on the channel. See, watch it. Go ahead. I'm gonna let me start it back from the top so you can hear this.
Here we have the symbol, y'all. But you gotta notice some stuff. Here we have the symbol, and it says it don't say what I said. I said it's Emmy. I was looking through this dictionary this morning and seeing this. Oh, I got hella mad, bro. I was like, what? They wrong. What's this? I was like, oh, somebody gonna look and try to say that I was wrong about what I said about the Emmy. Now let's go over and look at its corresponding sounds. You actually see that it also starts to look like the H, but
which is what I was trying to tell him from the beginning. But he was busy trying to make me wrong. But he just admitted that he was wrong. So that means in the conversation where we went back and forth and I was telling him he was wrong then, right there on Saw channel, when I was telling him that, and then he come back the next day and say, oh, I was wrong. How did you wash me dealing with the conversation? That shows that you disingenuous and you will do anything to make the people believe otherwise. And it's so cold-blooded, Moorish Ken, and my family that's not Moorish, all of y'all out there, that last night I brought the same glyph up to him again. And I gave him the one he thought it was, and he didn't even catch on to that. Watch this. Watch this.
If you got to be a real bad to confuse it with the symbol that we had. So now
you say he got to be real bad to confuse it with the symbol, yet he confused it. Huh?
And it means own existence. But notice this one is in parentheses for a reason.
So that's
here we have
family. You see, the man admitted that he was wrong and thought nobody didn't see it. Thought we didn't catch on to that. You know what I mean? You admitted that it was wrong, but you argued tooth and nail that I was wrong on Sarnetta panel when we was on there. So this is why I'm saying these dudes would not admit that they wrong. So that's why I knew that they wasn't going to admit, you know, as to what was wrong then, last night. And so he tried to tell the people, remember that conversation that we had. Yeah, I remember you was wrong about the conversation that we had. That's what I remember. Anything else outside of that, we don't even know what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? So, like, man, our people got to stop this. You see? It's another video, too, just for a bonus from this guy, Smash Rockwell. Watch what he say in this video. He went to go get a linguist for me. After that conversation we had. And wait till y'all see who this linguist is. Because this linguist is one that's going against the Rosetta Stone and calling it false. I got clippings from this so-called.
I had to go contact a modern day linguist. A brother. PhD in linguistics with honors on the internet.
He said a brother now.
And he got back at me like an archer would. As a matter of fact, I'm proud of our correspondence that I will reveal to you today. So here we see a good quote on by my brother Asar Imhotep on comparative linguistics, and we should make a shirt that says no one has done the work. But yet, if you look at early encounters, Egyptian and Coptic, and the comparative linguistics in the first century from Schlegel to Fink, we'll learn all about the work done by early Egyptology. I had to go contact a modern day linguist.
You see? So he said he had to go contact a linguist, right? A brother. So anyway, right? I'm gonna show you one that was actually dealing with the Rosetta Stone, and this is a European, and he exposed the Rosetta Stone. You know, I got to give y'all this information as it is, family. We got to give it to you blood raw. Here it is right here. And this is for people who keep talking about the Rosetta Stone. I want you to hear this. Pay close attention to this. Now, these are people who have claimed to have deciphered the Metu Neter according to their language. Watch what they say about the Rosetta Stone.
Egypt embraced hieroglyphic innovations that its scribes previously figuratived out and took these to new extremes. Their word games added new readings to existing signs, swapped and cut and combined signs, and crafted many new signs. Egyptologists call it cryptography or enigmatic. Some prefer the word figurative or also Ptolemaic, thanks to their popularity in the time of the Ptolemies. Egypt embraced hieroglyphic innovation.
So you see, figurative, enigmatic, which has to do with symbology. Again, right? This was the expression there. I'm going to show you another. Going further, right? Because it's I got a whole bunch of sources. They telling you how the Ptolemy is added on to the hieroglyph.
See, there's this story I was told about the alphabet. Once upon an old kingdom, seemingly countless hieroglyphs depicted all manner of words. Later, they gave way to a simple, streamlined, short list of consonants, and then Greeks added vowels to create the alphabet. See, there's this story I was told about the alphabet. Once upon an old kingdom, seemingly countless hieroglyphs depicted all manner of words.
And what they saying, that the hieroglyphs represented people, places, and things. And we speak on people, place, and things by what they represent. When you see a dog, of course, dog is a word, but they didn't depict it as an alphabet. They were speaking of the special person, place, or thing. They weren't saying this represent the letter A, this represent the letter B. And then they go on right here in the same clip to show you where phonetics came from.
Later, they gave way to a simple, streamlined, short list of consonants, and then Greeks added vowels to create the alphabet.
So they're showing you who created the concept of the alphabet, and it ain't really the Greeks, it's actually the Phoenicians that created that, not, the so-called Greeks. Because like our brother G.M. James said, ain't no such thing in stolen legacy as a Greek culture, a Greek philosophy, because the Greeks were the ones that was killing those philosophers that was teaching the Kemetic science. So why would they go and turn around and call it Greek philosophy?
Some substitutions require you to know the cursive hieratic way of writing Egyptian signs.
You see what they say?
Back to the trusty mouth again. Here's how to write it in hieratic. And here's a long sideways hand, and how to write it in hieratic. They look so similar. So why not make them interchangeable in hieroglyphs? Like other cryptographic strategies, this would eventually become common and get ported back into the normal everyday way of writing hieroglyphs.
So they're showing you that the European took different hieratic letters and tried to put them in front of the pictures and then make and create their own expression of the language. The ancient ancestors didn't do that. The hieratic was the hieratic, and the Metu Neter was the Metu Neter. And this hieratic letter don't look nothing like that. Nor does this one look like this. But this is what they did. That's why you hear me calling these pictures markers. You see what I'm saying? They can't get me with that nonsense. It's called reverse engineering, family. They created their own language. The only reason they can get away with it is because they took symbols that were already there, that was there from our ancestors, and then built up what it was they were creating. They didn't do no different than when the Hebrews created their alphabet from the Egyptian aspect, and their symbols ain't even the same. And the same thing with the Meroitic I showed y'all earlier. They had their own measure based off of symbols they took off of the monuments. And they're not the same as the alphabet that Champollion had. So there were nations that created their own demonstration, and Champollion did his own. That's all they got to do is admit to it, but his alphabet ain't got nothing to do with the ancestors and the way they talk. Just like Meroitic ain't got nothing to do with the way the ancestors did, or the Hebrew, which is known as Proto-Sinaitic, with the pictorial Hebrew. That doesn't have anything to do with the way the ancestors taught it. Though they took symbols that were seen on monuments to create their alphabet. They all have different types of alphabets. You see? Now,
one of the major
academia
events that the decree is celebrating is the quelling of a revolt against the Ptolemies in the northern section of Egypt in the Delta. In fact, there's revolts throughout Egypt against the Ptolemies. And so they were still ongoing at this time in the south, but this particular decree that's written on the Rosetta Stone is celebrating, at least partially, the quelling of the revolt in the north in the Delta. Part of the decree offers financial support for the temples, including increased priestly stipends, reduced taxes, amnesty for prisoners, etc. And in return, the Ptolemies are going to get basically extra cult veneration in temples throughout Egypt, where they're going to celebrate both the king's birthday and the king's accession day each month. So each month they're going to celebrate the day of the month when the king was born and the day when he took the crown, when he acceded to the throne. One of the major...
So you see Forscalf right here, who actually is one of the scholars in Chicago, the University of Oriental Institute, which is the authority on Egyptian documents over here. It's a book over there. I got it right over there. You can get it online for free, called the Egyptian Book of the Dead. And he goes in there and they telling you that the ancient Egyptians don't know nothing about what these people talking about under this translation coming from Champollion, because that didn't exist back then. All that rebus principle stuff they be talking about, all the grammatical rules that they apply now, their ancestors in the past didn't know nothing about that. So he's showing you that basically this was a decree of Ptolemy issued in 196 BC. You know how long that is after ancient Egypt dealing with the language? And this was actually created by them. I can see if this came down from the ancient Egyptians from, you know, the period when the Prissy Papyrus was wrote. But this was created by the Ptolemies. And this is what Champollion used to come up with his decipherment. After all them years. And they eating it up. Hieratic wasn't even on the Rosetta Stone. So make it make sense, people. Champollion didn't even have the hieratic alphabet in mind when he was on this. He was only dealing with Demotic and Coptic because he felt like they were the ones that he could use to deal with his decipherment. But again, he deciphered from Ptolemaic monuments that came way in the 33rd dynasty, 196 BC. And this was dealing with him quelling the revolt of the Nubians, that native Egyptians that was trying to take the throne after they had been overthrown by the Ptolemies. And they out here promoting this garbage as a tool. That's enough that should make you want to throw this thing in the garbage. Europeans saying it right here. Watch this. I give honors to YouTube because they're letting them clips run like they should be running. They're letting it run like they should be running, boy. Now watch this right here. He gonna go on. Watch what he say about this Rosetta Stone.
These decrees served as political propaganda, and it was part of their negotiation with the powerful Egyptian priesthood to increase their legitimacy throughout the country, right? Basically, the Egyptian.
So they had some sellout priests that was scared of the Ptolemy that got up there, you know, and basically, you know, went along with the narrative so they can get paid. That's what they're saying.
Priesthood were sort of the middle men, the middle group between the ruling house of the Ptolemies and then the Egyptian population. So this really served as political propaganda for them. These decrees served as...
So that's all the Rosetta Stone is. This is from somebody that's teaching it. This ain't just your average YouTuber. This is actually a scholar, a part of the Oriental Institute. And they tell you that the hieratic was the original, and that a lot of that other stuff with them pictures on it was produced later. They said that actually pictorials were used to decorate, or used more as a decorative text expression, so to speak. Almost like when you see things up there, just a written script, and then you got pictures around it, which don't have anything to do with the script itself. You got to give honors to Forescalf for giving up the truth. You know, we got to give honors to that right there. This is actual scholarship. This ain't no anybody talking up here that I'm putting up here. People that are actually considered Western academia that's saying this.
Summarize again, we have a decree of Ptolemy V. It's issued after the partial quelling of revolt, and it gives benefactions to the priest, and in return those priests are going to promulgate the Ptolemies with statues in the temples next to the god statues throughout Egypt.
In other words, these priests that know how to deal with sculptures and all that is the ones that built them Ptolemaic statues and temples for them. And I'm going to show you some of them in a minute.
As I mentioned, we actually have multiple copies of this decree, not just the Rosetta Stone. So the Rosetta Stone, which was found in the modern city of Rashid in Egypt, that was the first one discovered. But now we have the Nubaira stela that I showed you from 1884, a stela from Elephantine that was discovered at the beginning of the 20th century, and then a stela from Tel El Yahudiya that was discovered in 1922. These are all individual copies of the same decree from different places. So we have these different copies where they were put in different temples throughout the country. So
Ptolemy basically copied what they created, and they put that decree everywhere. That's what it's telling you. The same decree that was created by Ptolemy.
The Rosetta Stone isn't even our only copy of the Memphis decree. It's just our most famous one. And summarize again, we have a decree of Ptolemy.
So when you look at that, family, you know, that's what's going on right there. They forged it. They created it during the Ptolemaic period. And that's why anything that comes from it is called Egypt Ptolemaic cryptographic hieroglyphs. They added some signs to it. Originally, they say it's like 700 signs that they found on the actual monuments, you know, indigenous monuments. And they added 7,000 different signs. You talking 33 dynasties later, they add these signs. So you don't think that the original signs going to get lost in the shuffle? Huh? So you can't pull that foolishness over my head. The great God Allah gave me good eyes, you know, to be able to see, and good ears to be able to hear. You can't fool me. I got it in the records, family. I got it in the records. When I tell you I got it in the records, I'm going to give you a prime example of what I'm talking about. I'm finna show you right now. I've been doing this for too long, family. Let me pull this demonstration up. I think it might be this one here, Stolen Legacy. This is one that's dealing with the Greek invasion, not that one. I'm going to go to it in a second here. Just give me 1 second. I got y'all. Trust me. We're going to make it plain today. So we see these guys are very deceptive, and they count on our people to be ignorant to continue to deceive them. So this is some of the stuff that was done, family. This is some of the stuff that was done. This is an actual temple that was remixed by the Ptolemies. They created their own different expression, and this is Dendra. The Temple of Dendra is a Ptolemaic temple. It was built on the ruins of the original temple that was there. Now look, they actually have Ptolemy, the 12th, before Isis and Osiris are all saw and all set at Het Heru's temple in Dendra. So they done put themselves up there with Ptolemy offering Osiris gift. He had priests that sold out to do this for him. We just heard the dude say it, Forrest Scoff. Here's another one, the Roman Emperor, Domitian, right here. Y'all know good and well this one is not of our particular phenotype. See that there? That was done by those high priests that was scared and they sold out their ancestors. Here it is again. Another one. Look at that. So a lot of people be going over there on different tours and don't even know, they ain't even looking at the original temple of the ancestors, Abu Simbel and Luxor. Those are original temples that still stand from our ancestors. Look at that. That's the emperor, Trajan, as a pharaoh in the Dendra temple, same area. Go look it up. It was known as Iwanet originally, On, the temple of On, before they made it the temple of Dendera, which was known as Tetera, or Hetera, so to speak, right? So if you look here, this is coming from one of my books that I was looking up, a source. And I actually got another slide with all of them up there, the names of them. But it says the designation Ptolemaic hieroglyph is used by Egyptologists to refer to the script employed by the scribes of Egyptian temples after the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great until the end of the 2nd century AD, also called figurative or cryptographic hieroglyphs, the same thing they said in the video. They are not only synonymous with extreme complication, which we bear witness to now, obscure pawns and strange puzzles, but also with intense challenge and excitement. Their figurative nature misled early scholars to regard hieroglyphic script as purely symbolic, right? So now they're trying to make an excuse as to why the original people taught it in a symbolic way. But they say to a layman, these signs would probably look like standard hieroglyphs. But to an uninitiated Egyptologist, notice they call them uninitiated Egyptologists, their interpretation is like exploring a terra incognita. And for good reason, indeed, during the Middle Kingdom and the beginning of the New Kingdom, the number of signs commonly used by the scribes totaled about 760. But in the latest periods of Egyptian history, many new signs were created. See that right there, that support my argument right there. And the corpus of hieroglyphs grew to several thousand signs. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about, family. And then they go to trying to talk about the Rebus principle, and it's so many, all this is really just dealing with other sources that's saying the same thing. But I said last night, I said I have signs where I can prove that there were more of these people who spoke. And this is so y'all can do y'all research. Prior to the 19th century, listen to what these scholars were saying. Diodorus Siculus, who was considered a priest in his own right, in the 1st century BC, explicitly described the hieroglyphs as an ideographic script. And most classical authors share this assumption. Ideographic has to do with pictorial expressions. Ideas, expressing ideas is what that means. Ideas of the graphics that are being observed. Plutarch, in the 1st century AD, referred to 25 Egyptian letters, suggesting he might have been aware of the phonetic aspect of the hieroglyphic, it said, or demotic, but his meaning is unclear, right? And Plutarch actually was of the opinion that they was also symbolic as well, outside of dealing with the hieratic, which were actually Egyptian letters. Clement of Alexandria hinted that some signs were phonetic, but concentrated on the signs' metaphysical meanings. That was his particular approach. But then Plotinus in the third, in the 3rd century AD, claimed the hieroglyphs did not represent words, but a divinely inspired fundamental insight into the nature of the objects they depicted. Plotinus said this. Many of these people are honored as scholars by Western academia, by the way. And the last but not least, Hieroglyphica, the one who actually wrote a work on it, a work probably written in the 4th century AD, Egyptian priest, Hor Apollo, he was one of the last in the most modern time, discussed the meaning of individual glyphs and thought not how these signs were used in forms, phrases, or senses. He was the one that wrote and dealt with a lot of the metaphysical meanings of this stuff, family. You know, so, I mean, you can't get around it, man. I can go on and on and on. Y'all see the slide after slide after slide. I'm still exposing all the temples that were created. You know, these old whitewashed images they got up in here that didn't have nothing to do with us. I mean, if I can't show you all that right there, archaeological proof of this, and you don't see it, then you just destined to be dead in the head. Ain't nothing nobody can do about that because you choose to lay down and take that foo-foo. This, look, this is how they was doing it. They would take certain temples, chisel them out, and then remud the surfaces and put Eurocentric features in it. Notice they chiseled everything out except the headdress because they wanted the headdress to remain. Wasn't no need to do that. They just needed to change the features. They needed to change them from the more Asiatic, what we call African-like features to this. And the only way they could do that, they had to chisel them out. So they would chisel out everything except the headdress. See, they left them untouched. And then they remudded the surface and put Eurocentric features on it, family. That's what they was doing. That's how Ptolemy and them got up in there like that. If you don't get that, like I said, it just ain't meant for you to get. You know, but they playing. They think it's a game. I told them to stop playing with me when it comes to this information. And I don't even like to get on this particular level to expose them like that. You know, but we can't have these people out here lying to the people. Because some people gonna get it. Even though everybody else gonna reject it. Some people gonna get it for what it is, family. Let me show you something else too right here. And I posted this the other day. But we're gonna let y'all see it too. Because they say everything was dealt with by the Rebus principle, right? So I did this. I created this. They say we must apply the Rebus principle. The ancestors don't know nothing about no Rebus principle. That didn't exist during their time. I'm sorry. It came into existence after Champollion and the scholars who claim to be Kemetic, Egyptologists after him. I call them Egyptolamites. Egyptolamites state early hieroglyphs represent a Rebus system, akin to modern Japanese, in which pictures are used according to the way they sound. In early phonetic systems, phrases such as I believe, for example, might be rendered with I, a B, and a leaf. Now you talking about, I'm demonstrating pseudo because I say it was originally demonstrated metaphysics. Reggie said that these things were symbolic. But right here, they saying that they used to use the methodology of a Rebus principle, and the Rebus principle is the proof of supposed to be in saying the glyphs was deciphered, a lot of them like to say. I believe. Are you kidding me right now? That's why I say fix it, Egyptolamites, and I got the plunger there, because you know what I'm saying they full of. You see? So, man, come on, man. Wait till I get done with this book, though. Wait till I get done with this book, and wait till I get done, and me and the scribes, we get done with the hieratic dictionaries and so forth and so on. You know, I guarantee you be able to have a better understanding of hieratic. You're going to be able to go to the papyri and look at them and vet them yourself. And then you'll be able to have your better expression of it. Because none of them ain't going to do it because they like what Rome told them was the truth. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So let me show you here. Watch this. And I want to give honors to the people out there that's on this and looking at this here. Because I ain't gonna never let you lie on me and call me a liar without being able to prove it. You can do all the antics and everything you do. Now let's look at this after seeing all the proof that I done put up there. I got way more than that now. That ain't even the half of what I got. I got a whole nother PowerPoint dealing straight with the sources that's saying what I'm saying. We gonna say that though for one of them that want to jump in here and deal with the dialogue, if they ever do. I know he stole it.
Who was it?
He stole it from a couple of people.
Who? Just one person.
He
Who
stole,
was the one? See, he did this shit last time. Who was the one person?
Now you see the ad hominems. He want to cuss now. Now he gonna try to twist my statement and say that I'm saying Champoleon's alphabet came from people who came before him. Watch this. Watch him now. Oh yeah, he stole from more than one person.
Who was?
There's only one person.
He stole from the Saucy and he stole from Thomas Young. And he also stole a lot of things from Adolf Ehrman too, and a few more of them. He even took from Hor Apollo. I got evidence of that. Now you want to get in the ring?
Well, why you said wasn't no list before Champollion?
Yeah, you thought I ain't know.
Caught up in your own shit.
I'm talking about an alphabet list that was accepted by the Egyptian community and by the ancient Egyptians. I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians.
Wasn't no list before Champollion.
I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians. Now, what he trying to say is the list that was created by the Saucy, Thomas Young, Adolf Ehrman. These are lists that deal with a list before here. But notice my particular premise is lists that come from the ancient Egyptians. So this is a straw man fallacy that he trying to build and deceive the people in the comments, and those who part of that culted like mindset is following that foolishness. My premise through the whole conversation is that the ancient Egyptians didn't have no alphabetic chart. And he talking about the charts of Adolf Ehrman, the Saucy, Thomas Young, trying to deceive the people. Look at this foolishness. Watch this.
Now
I'm talking about the ancient
Egyptians. Let him speak. Let him speak.
That's why I wouldn't spend time on you, bro. You don't get past 2 questions. You don't. You just admitted that he stole it from Thomas Young. That means it was a list that he got it from.
Who say he stole a list from Thomas Young?
How many
glyphs? He stole a lot of things.
How many glyphs did he get from Thomas Young?
I say he stole a lot of things.
But just a second ago, you was acting like a big shot. Nobody couldn't bring out a list.
I still got the same energy. I'm saying that the ancient Egyptians, my ancestors,
you ain't said no list. You said bring a list. That's why you ain't ready for
it. So y'all heard me emphasize over and over. I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians didn't create no list. He trying to say I said Thomas Young. And see, that's how they think our people dumb. If y'all be in there, anybody that's in this audience, they think y'all dumb, man. Because if I'm telling you one thing, he's saying it's something else, that's crazy. Same thing with Reggie. He brought up again a comment when I was speaking on the other platform where they was talking about evolution. I was invited in by Saw. And so I gave them the example and I showed them according to science. I say, according to science, and I was talking to Aunt when Reggie tried to jump. They be trying to help each other. That's why I called all 3 of them out when I got on here. Because they all try to attack me every time, right? So, and can't do nothing every time. And so what happened is, I said, they saying that we 99% related to the ape, but they also say that we 99% related to lettuce. But does that make us lettuce? I said that to basically demonstrate what we call rhetorical humor. Not that I agree that we 99% lettuce or 99% ape. But I'm saying that if y'all accept that we are ape because it say we 99% related to it, well, does that mean we are lettuce because it state that we are 99% related to lettuce? Now I'm going to show you where I got that from. Watch this. And I did this before. I showed, they say we were supposed to be related to bananas, pigs, and everything else with close percentage. Here it is right here. We know chimps and bonobos share 99% of our genes. More startling is a even newer discovery. We share 99% of our DNA with lettuce. And this ain't the only thing that it says here. You know, it keeps going into it. You know, they have different aspects, but everybody's saying the same thing. You know, so my thing is, it wouldn't be surprising because we know that the same aspects of dealing with what we call elements that we consist of, everything in creation can say a relative aspect from that if we want to argue from that standpoint. For example, the same elements that made us come out of the cosmos. Same elements in us, some of it is in trees. Some of it is in the water. A grand percentage of our body is water. But that make us the water itself? Does that make us a tree? Does that make us a plant? Does it make us dirt? Because you can find components of the elements that we made up out of that. So that's called rhetorical humor, is what I was demonstrating. But they'll take that and try to make it something else, and they'll do some outlandish stuff or say some outlandish stuff, and we supposed to think it's humorous and funny. So this is straw man fallacies that they build, and they like to move the goalposts to confuse the people so they don't understand what's being said. And I'm too sharp to get by. That's why I got to come over here and clear this stuff up and show you exactly what they're doing. I'm saying my ancient ancestors didn't create no list.
Look, I'm making your boy fizzle out, son. That's why you don't let them fuck with the
get in the rain.
All his shit just withering away.
Get in the rain.
You trying to build him up to be is
tell him to get in the rain, son. Tell him to who you trying to build him up to be is faulty. Saul already know I am who I am. And he see through that foo-foo they do. So you see how they get upset and they get mad. They cut over me and talk over me when I'm talking, cut in my bill, don't say excuse me or none of that. And when I try to get control of the measure, then they gaslight. Because that's their whole attempt. Can't bring no proof and go against the information I do. So now result to ad hominems. To get in the rain.
I asked you if you know about. I asked you if you know who had a list.
Please tell him to get in here, bro. Straw man arguments ain't gonna work right now.
What's a straw man
I know
about
what
that?
you're
I
trying
asked
to
you
do.
a simple question. You just admitted that
let's see how
somebody else. How could he have done that if there wasn't
let's
a
see
list
how
prior
honest
to
you
him?
are, Smash. Let's see how honest.
No, Commission. I was quiet. Let you talk.
Hold up. I'm finna respond to him. I'm gonna
Let him talk. I don't know how. Whatever side of the fence I'm on, where you shut every nigga down for commission, but then I gotta fight with this nigga. Think about that on your way.
No. I'm telling him to commission, let him talk.
He say Saw shut me down for him. Saw sat there and let y'all come forth and do what y'all do. And he would come in and say, let the brother talk. So it wouldn't be no bunch of chaos like y'all was trying to create. Smash, Reggie, All right. I'm gonna mute out and then I'll speak.
The man asked for, I sit here with rolling my eyes while you sitting here asking Reggie and them for a list. Soon as I bring out a person or challenge you to bring out a person, you bring out 5 people, particularly Thomas Young. You get credit for the one who Champollion got his work from. Now, if Champollion got his work from another person, why you acting?
See the straw man again? I'm saying Champollion got his list. He trying to refer to the list, but he's saying work because he know I'm gonna come in there and correct him and say he stole a lot of things. He stole ideas is what I was referring to, but he trying to make it look like I was talking about a list when my premise from the whole time has been, and I'm gonna use the hammer repetition to make sure our people get it. There was no list that was existing coming from our ancestors prior to the one that Champollion created and made his Rosetta Stone decipherment from. Our ancestors didn't use no alphabet list, and they all agreed that the list didn't exist, and they still trying to fight it.
Like a big shot asking who had a list before Champollion. That's easy work. This why you a lightweight. I steal my talk time. This why you a lightweight. You don't deserve it. Your studies are meager. You prove to be Kemetian Adept. You don't know how to read nothing. You have not read nothing publicly. You every time we go to read, you start pointing out letters. I humiliated you last time on the subject.
Reggie, go get that real quick, Reggie. We got him trapped. Go get that, Reggie. Make him read it right now. We started playing with him. Make him read it right now. Go ahead, Reggie.
Now, when y'all seen Smash in the video I showed earlier, looking at what he was trying to decipher, what he was doing, he was looking letter by letter, the one that he said he was wrong on. He admitted he was wrong, but he was on there popping it on Sarnetta channel like I was wrong, but he came back the next day and admitted he was wrong. He was going letter for letter to teach them people, right? So you don't get up there with a document, even him or Reggie. When they go up there and they give their particular measures, they go piece by piece because they have to have a dictionary in front of them to show what it is they demonstrate to the masses. Otherwise, the masses don't know what you talking about up there. So that's foolish. You're talking about I take a letter and pick out from a letter. No, I'm telling them what the letter is. Then I tell them the word. Then I'm going to go show them the definition. But you're going to see they ain't going to let me do that. They gonna talk over me and then be asking me to do it and talk over me and say he can't read. See what I'm saying?
So about the Champollion shit, you dead. Matter of fact, I'll refer you to one of my articles called Chematology. It's not Egyptology. Wrote it 10 years ago. I got 10 lists in that article, all before Champollion. You want to go pull it up right now? You could go to my other article directed to Walter Williams, where I break down the decipherment process. Where is your work? Point us to it. Where's your work? Where do people qualify?
My work is right here on my channel. And go pull it up. We dealing with the Metu Neter increment, aka hieratic. And we've been doing it for a long time now, me and the scribes. And you can see that we have uncovered and exposed a lot of the incorrect translations and transliterations coming from the European. So if you want to see my work, and there's some people right on here now done seen us going to work, we'll be going to work this Saturday too, by the way, and the next Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that. We actually dealing with the demotic now.
And vet what Kemetian Adept says. I yield the floor.
Okay, don't cut me off when I'm talking then. So,
all right,
don't cut in when I'm talking.
Yeah, hold up. Everybody hold up. I just got off the phone with the general, and he told me to hit y'all with this, man.
Black people, you gotta get your shit together. Yes, you do. You gotta get your shit together. Yes, you do. You gotta get your shit together.
All right.
Go ahead, Kemetian.
Hey, Star, let me respond to these cats because I got them right where I want them. See, he tried to build a straw man argument as if I was saying that it was some authentic list that was created. I said Champollion stole a lot of things from people that was before him. He stole from his teacher, De Sauce. He stole from Thomas Young. I didn't say nothing about him stealing no alphabet list from them. My position is that there's no alphabet list that was created by our ancient ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, that you can show me. That's why I asked the question about the alphabet list. Now, I can pull Champollion's list up and show y'all that this dude was guessing to create the little garbage he created. So, I'm going to give you a prime example. If we had monuments right now, right? And let's just say our great ancestors engraved some things on them, right? And these things were taught from father to son. They were taught by priesthood, but they was never taught to the public, right? Because they weren't meant for everybody. But then they had a regular alphabet that the public used to write religious texts, to deal with legal actions, and so forth and so on. That would be what we call hieratic. That's the actual language of the Egyptians. I got proof of this. They think I'm just talking, but I want them to get in the ring so bad. I want to pull it up right now, so bad. But you say hold back until they get in here with me. You know what I mean? And not only that, the oldest book in the world, Brother Sarnetta, The book of Tahotep was written in
Not a
hieratic.
book.
Was written in hieratic. It wasn't written in no Egyptian hieroglyphics. It was written, the original papyri of the papyri of Prissy is hieratic. That's the oldest book in the world, family. And I can say that for those who have knowledge of the book. Now go and look up right now, those who are in here, look up the papyri of Prissy and look at it. And guarantee you ain't gonna see none of them pictures.
Hey, Commission.
You want to read
I
it?
ain't cut nobody off.
Commission, but you can't talk for an hour. Let's get you with it. Rubber meets the road.
Ain't
You can
talking
pretty
no
right
longer
now
than
knock
what's
us all
past.
out.
I ain't talking no longer than what's past.
Kemetian, can you
Man,
read
you can't talk forever, yo.
Hold up.
Stop it. We want to see you read it. We don't believe
Any of
it.
this.
See what
Wait,
you
here's
doing?
where the rubber meets the road.
The rubber meet the road. We tired of this, yo. Get out of the game.
All right,
See what
Kemetian,
you
can you
doing?
read this?
I
Can
don't
you read
read
that,
that like y'all read it. I don't
Okay,
read
so
it like
read it the
y'all
way
read
you
it.
read it.
That ain't what you said
I
earlier.
did it
Yeah,
before.
you talking.
I did it before. That's metaphysical to me.
Nah, read that.
That's metaphysical.
Hold
Now
on,
you talking
everybody,
to
hold
death.
on, hold on,
That's
hold on.
metaphysical to me.
Hold on.
Go ahead,
Commission,
Tom.
you done or they cutting you off?
They cut me off, brother.
Let the brother go,
Let
man. Let him
jump
go.
in before I finish.
Let him go, man. Y'all
Let
acting
them
like
jump in first.
hyenas up in here, man.
You see it? You
God
see it?
damn.
They do not want the people to hear exactly what I'm saying.
Hey, Commission, you need to
There you
spend your
go.
time trying to figure out what that shit said just now, because you
There
know
you go.
you're in trouble, don't you?
There you go.
I'm gonna mute
No,
out.
I don't claim to read that.
Oh, now you don't claim to read it.
I don't claim to read
Yo,
that.
let the brother finish,
So
bro.
anyway,
Because
as
y'all
I
don't
was
want nobody
saying,
to cut you off. I'm gonna let you go. Y'all gonna
as I
respond.
was saying, they cannot show me an alphabet chart that came from our ancient ancestors. I don't respect what Champollion so-called deciphered. And if he did decipher what he deciphered according to that system, it don't make it right according to what my ancient ancestors dealt with. Because that means Champollion had his own thing that they created later. So you choose to accept that. Kemetian don't accept that. I'm dealing with the hieratic. Now don't make me pull the real papyri up here, right? Matter of fact, since he's sharing his screen,
Now, come on,
I'm
Saul.
gonna
Hey, Saul. Hey,
pull
Saul, you
mine
doing
up. If
Saul, you
Reggie
doing
gonna
too
pull
much,
his,
bro.
if Reggie gonna pull his up, I'm gonna pull
Nah,
mine
come
up.
on. Hey,
Yo,
Commission.
Goodness gracious,
This
Unc.
is my show. It's not your
What you
show,
doing?
brother. I'm running this. Let the man finish. I know you getting scared. Let him finish.
And he
Let
ain't
the
gonna get
brother
in the
finish,
ring.
bro. This proves that I'm not biased. I be giving my people the shot. Y'all want to kill people right away.
No, we
Let
don't.
the brother finish,
No, we
bro.
don't. I thought we was having a conversation. This nigga
Brother,
giving a mini lecture, yo.
let
That's the
man-
game?
No, let the man finish, brother.
How long?
Long as I want him to, brother.
Okay, I
Long as
got you,
want him
nigga. I
to,
want
bro.
my 45 minutes, nigga. I'm rocking out.
Let
I'm
the
a
brother
rock
go.
out.
What's
Let
the
him go.
motto? The motto, and that's why I say I honor Sa Neter. Because one thing about Sa, like I said, he gonna give it to you straight. I'm gonna give it to you straight. That brother is unbiased. Because them cats is part and parcel of the house of consciousness. And he's setting them right. Like Prophet Noble Drew Ali see it. He say, if my own mama ain't right, she can't get by. You feel me? And they feel like they supposed to have some type of seniority because they of the platform. But Sa setting them straight. And that's the part about Sa Neter that I respect. That brother truthful in what he stand on. You can hate it or love it. But one thing about him, he gonna let you know exactly how he feel. In Sa Neter
You got three more. That's right, man.
It's
the
source
toughest
up.
environment. The
It's
toughest
source up.
environment to be in.
It's source up and shut up.
And it's 3 against
Right.
1. You got to
You're
give
right.
him more time.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's 3 against 1. Hey,
No,
look,
it's 2
look.
against 1. I
Look,
just came in and
watch
killed
this,
him. I'm
y'all.
out of it.
Watch this, y'all. This dude right here that I'm about to show you, he got blood in his drawers right now. Look at him.
Yeah, he do.
My man.
Yeah, he do. You didn't hear the trembling in his voice when he
Boy,
was talking?
Reggie mad as a boy.
You didn't hear hey,
Nah, he not mad.
Reggie,
Reggie not mad.
Reggie is like a pit bull waiting for his turn, boy.
Hey, Sa, you didn't hear the trembling in his voice when I got up here? Did you hear it? Now watch this. Let me share the screen real quick.
All right, yo, I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes, Kemetian.
All right. Most
And we're gonna let the
Go ahead, take
the
care of
Army
that,
Ross squad
Commission.
get in here.
I'm going to
All
go
right.
ahead and get me some good night's sleep, y'all.
All right, family. I'm gonna shoot him
All
down
right.
real quick.
Jesus,
All right,
I
can
get
y'all
that
see
white
it? Can
Jesus
y'all
from
see that
behind you.
screen
Ain't
share?
no Jesus
There you go
behind
with
me,
the
man.
PowerPoint. I
Can y'all
told
see
you.
that?
Yo, my
hold
man,
up.
let him
Can
go,
you
yo.
be quiet, bro?
With a PowerPoint,
Can
sir?
you see? Can you see the screen sharing right now?
No, we can't.
All right.
see it.
So first and foremost, family, I want y'all to go look this up right here. These the oldest paper that you can find dealing with the Kemites when it referred to the people. This was actually one of the records of the actual pyramid records being kept of the building process, written by the inspector in the diary of Mariri, right? That's 4,500 years ago. Now here's Mariri here. You see that right there? That's what you call hieratic. That's one portion. He got it all on his ties that ride in there, right? Now watch this. These are the teachings of Tahotep. This is the original papyri. So if this is the original papyri, and you can go look this up, papyri of Prissy, pull it up. This is the original source material, and it is the oldest because it's the oldest book when it comes to the people that deal with studying Kemet. You don't see no pictures in there. You don't see no eagles, hawks, lions, none of that. You know why? Because this is primary source material. And if any one of them get in the ring with me, I got a whole bunch more down here that I'm going to blow their brains out when it comes to this knowledge right here. Kemetian doing his work. You see that right there? I put everything in the proper order that it's supposed to be in. That's my work right there. You see that right there? I even got breakdowns going into the Arabic charts on that. That's Kemetian work. You see that with the Demotic? I got the same thing there. Now look at this. This was created by Champollion. Look at what he was doing. This was his draft when he was starting to create his alphabet. He didn't know if he wanted and one of these to be the A. Now, for those who know that they try to deal with pictorials, if this was supposed to represent a letter A, then what is this I doing up here? Answer that question. What about the reed leaf right there? Don't they say that represent the letter Y according to their letters? In fact, what are these? These ain't even alphabet. This is what they call Gardenia sign list. This is what they accepted as a B. I'm showing you all that to show y'all I can read this garbage the way they try to read it. Now, what is all of this? All of this is Champollion's creation of his alphabet chart, and it's based off of the Coptic language. You see it right there? That's Coptic for those who don't know better. And I'm going to stop right there. I don't read no pictorials. I deal with them from a metaphysical standpoint, and that's it. Get in the ring if you're ready. Now, y'all just heard me say over and over that I don't read them symbols as alphabets. I deal with them metaphysically, basically. And they're going to still try to put some glyphs up here and say, read that. Oh, he can't read it. See all that straw man fallacy and goalpost moving to try to make it seem, because they know I'm going to tell them every time I don't read that garbage. So they try to make you believe that that means I can't read it. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Reggie, we can't hear you. Reggie, open your damn eyes and unmute yourself. Jesus Christ. You Hey, Kemetian, so you don't read the picture graph, right? You saying that, right? You admitting that?
Well, I got the Prissy Papyrus. Let's read that.
Yeah, go ahead. Pull that up. We're not going to let this man off.
Wait, hold up. Okay, you can hear me now. All right. So
you was talking all the time, yo, with your eyes
yeah,
closed.
no, that's fine. That's fine. So he has to show us a metaphysical chart. He has to show us a metaphysical chart. So
y'all hear this nonsense. I got to show him a metaphysical chart. If it was a chart for metaphysics, then it wouldn't be metaphysical, would it?
he rejects Champollion.
Hold on, Reggie.
Giving his
Stop.
information
Can I ask you a question, Reggie? Can I ask you a question, Reggie?
Yeah.
What is that man's name? What does he keep calling himself? What's his name?
You talking about Kemetian?
Right. How the hell do we know what the hell his name is if it ain't been deciphered? What are we doing here?
So with the chart,
Ark been hollering that argument for years, and he think he got away with Pharaoh and said it by dealing with that. But what he failed to realize is that the transliterations come from hieratic. The pictures were superimposed over the hieratic through reverse engineering. So when they transliterated this stuff, as you're gonna see me prove it, it was in hieratic, and then they used pictures to replace the hieratic. So it's still hieratic that was actually being transliterated. And so when we get to the name Kemetian, Kemetian is actually not an Egyptian word. The root word Kemet is, but Kemetian is another expression that has to do with what we express over here in the West. So what is he talking about? Look at his name. See what I'm talking about?
Napoleon chart. Good notice, Unc. So now
Yeah, we should just stay right there though. We don't know his name. How does he know the history of Egypt if it's not been deciphered?
Okay,
Like, what
so,
are we doing? He
right.
can't read that.
Okay, so you don't read. Oh, so we need to see a metaphysical chart that is accepted by someone else besides you. You can have your own everything. Everybody has their own everything. But this is just something, a random tomb wall that you could pull up. Can you read any of this, Kemetian?
Yeah, he just showed us hella charts. So open up your charts and show us what this say.
Okay. Oh, so I'm gonna stop. No, don't let him talk yet. No, he don't get to talk yet. Right? He gets to stay here. Right? First and foremost, you can't read hieratic, right, without the Champollion chart, right? The Lepsius chart, right? You can't read it without their symbols, right, from the decipherment method. Why? Because you say that you're going to show us something without pictorials. So if you're going to show us something without pictorials, right, then you're going to have to show a chart. Now, what he's scared of is what I'm showing right here. He says that he reads it metaphysical, right? I'm asking him, he's got his mic open. Tell us what's going on here. You got your mic open. Tell us what's going on here. Read the first line.
First and foremost, you don't read metaphysics with a chart, Reggie.
Okay.
Do you comprehend that?
Yeah.
So who reads metaphysically with a chart?
Right, because metaphysics
who
don't make
nothing.
Metaphysics don't make a tool.
Who
metaphysics is a person's opinion, right? I have never seen an invention made by metaphysics, ever. Ever. You don't make tools with metaphysics. You make tools with science. Decipherment is a science. Now, you don't seem to be so loud, right? When I'm putting up a standard tomb wall of someone that we know. Now, Smash can read it. I can read it.
Reg, put it down. He's not going to read it, brother. You know he's not going to read it.
Right.
No, I'm listening to him and not talking over it. Is what I'm doing, Law.
No, but I asked you to read it.
About it.
Because if I say something, y'all gonna say let him speak.
Audience.
Right.
For the audience.
I'm gonna
Hey
let
Reggie, I thought you were gonna pull up the hieratic
let him
form.
finish. Then I'm gonna
read that, Reggie.
Listen.
Now he think that he doing something slick by putting this in front of me, saying read it, right? When I tell you, I don't deal with the garbage from that standpoint. But let's just say if I was trying to demonstrate in this particular area he wanted me, I could have came up here and said, this is Amen, right? Amen. Some people put I am in, some people put I am in, so to speak, right? This would be the letter N right here. Amen, right? Amen. And then they would say this was Ankh, which represents life, right? Then they'll say that this mouth right here is the letter R. This is what they say now. I'm just doing this to let y'all know that I can do the garbage. And I could have did it last night. But again, this is not my forte. I don't read like they read. This is the Ptolemaic methodology. So I could have went on and say this is R. So therefore this is Amen. And then I said this is Ankh. And then this R in Ren. And then say, okay, well, this right here is the letter F. That little serpent you see right there. And then this is T. You see? And then this is again Amen. and this is N, and this would be Y, because that's what they would call a reed leaf. If I was trying to read that garbage like that, y'all excuse me for getting, and I can do the same thing over here and over here. But if I'm telling you I don't deal with it that way, and I've been there before, I started this journey 30 years ago. I just didn't write no books on it. So I wouldn't have to be fighting over the European demonstration and what it is I've been teaching, because I've been here fleecing the people. No, I caught on to it before I wrote everything. Praise the Lord and the ancestors. And I'm getting ready to bring it to you like it's supposed to be brought. So what you will see is I'm going to give a metaphysical interpretation of what's here straight off the dome. Like I said, I demonstrate, and they still going to go in opposition. Watch this. Now, I just showed you I can read that trash, and I ain't calling the ancestors work trash. I'm talking about the methodology that they use. Champoleon's methodology, because that's what they're doing. They superimposing that trash over the ancestors' work. And I'm pointing that out. So by no means am I calling what the ancestors carved trash. I'm talking about the methodology of their decipherment of what it is. And if we're dealing with the Rebus principle, they'll tell you this right here represented what it was as an object. This is an object, that's an object. And then we'll break it down like that, object by object. Instead of using this is what Reggie say. But he say they're symbolic. What is the meaning of symbolic, people? Man.
For the audience, I am going to start to read, right? With the method, right? And it goes like this. Let me see if you see it. Yeah, right? You see this? Hotep D Norsut Inpu, right? Simple as that. The offering that the king gives to Inpu. You want to say that Inpu right here is metaphysics? What here is metaphysics? The offering that the king, here's the king, gives to Inpu. Oh, there's a name here. Oh, Kamisha, can you read the name in Sanu?
Oh, why are you laughing? Yes or no?
I'm laughing because I keep telling y'all I don't read that garbage like
Oh,
y'all.
you can't even read that name in the
That's what I've been saying the whole time. It's metaphysically. It's metaphysically. It's metaphysically.
Read it metaphysically for us.
I will if he keep his mouth closed.
Let him read it metaphysically, right?
I will if he keep his mouth closed.
Don't disrespect me. I didn't disrespect.
All good. Let the brother read it metaphysically.
Reggie, let the brother read it metaphysically, yo.
Who disrespected you, bro? I don't
You
get
know,
out
I love Kamisha.
You feel disrespected.
Reggie be hot, boy.
Hey, read it metaphysically for us, family, please.
Yes, sir. And you don't read metaphysically.
I'm the stage with the lights on. Let the little nigga breathe to the fight slow. You ain't never like the moon with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise when the light ball.
That's
Little roach nigga bleed if they can't see. Side near the TV,
trying to read.
can't be. They say that murder on my mind, and they can't prove.
Stop it, boy. I say you something else.
Do you know where you at? This is the toughest environment to be in.
Facts. And so what it boiled down to, if I was looking at this right here, for one thing, it's a whole bunch of symbols up here. You know, you say that it means Hotep in the suit and so forth and so on. You would say this is Ayman. You would say that this is dealing with life, so to speak, right? You would go into all those aspects in dealing with this here. But me, that's a man standing with a mace, which symbolizes authority. And he is basically observing the essence of everything that is before him. And if you know what those are different items. In the same way that I'm able to decipher certain things by metaphysics, he would be doing the same thing right now. He's observing the creation that's in front of him. He's observing those items and those objects before him. He's standing in the stance of power, with symbols of power, with symbols of standing firm, so to speak, as a governor, as a ruler, and so forth and so on. Outside of all that other stuff you talking, That's your Champollion demonstration. But
Okay,
now
so
when it goes into the aspects, of how I demonstrated, I actually go into a deeper breakdown of those things.
Okay,
You
that's
try
fine.
to read it the way, and y'all know that I deal with them symbols according to gematria. And then we deal with all of the transliteration as we show it from the hieratic that they reverse engineered in the pictures, and we give you the actual numerical value, and we break down deeper meanings that connect to the words that come forth from the numbers. So these are anaglyphic formulas to us. That takes a little more time to do because we actually going into them with a science and a methodology that we demonstrate. And they are quite accurate when we actually deal with these measures. I done did it over and over. I showed it on Neter channel, my channel a few times, and that's our methodology. But they accept Champollion demonstration, but they don't want to accept it when it comes from our own people. We got to be done made it up. They want to challenge it. Now watch Reggie come right back and confirm what I said was right. And then he's still going to try to go against what I said. Watch this madness. Wait, Champollion said.
Okay. So
and that's just off the dome.
I'm going to read it from the decipherment method. I'm going to read it the decipherment method, right? So so he's standing, he's doing all the stuff that you are saying. He has a
Now you hear that? He's doing all the stuff that you were saying. That right there killed the whole conversation. So you agreeing with my metaphysical approach. But watch what he do to save face though. Watch it.
A Shechem, he has his left foot forward, he has his apron on, right? He has his bull's tail.
I said, you heard
all
it, right?
of that extra but I'm not talking about that. I am saying
right?
The king gives to Inpool, right? And it begins with a name that you should be able to read, which is simply Pepe. So this is how we establish chronology and we verify.
He's still saying I should be able to read. I just showed y'all I can play around with that stuff. But he's saying I should be able to read. I showed y'all what I can do with their methodology. You know, and I can go on and on with it. But the thing is, I don't go by their methodology. I view that as wrong. So why would you try to put this up here for me to try to read according to your methodology when I'm telling you metaphysics is the way? That's called goalpost moving, straw man fallacy. And they think the audience is dumb enough to go for that so they can say, oh, he ain't read the glyphs. I knew he couldn't read it. I've been told y'all that ain't my methodology, but I did the little bit I did earlier just to show you I can entertain that foolishness. And I can go further than that. But it's not the right methodology according to the ancestors.
It because now we know who we're talking about. So this is Pepe. And it says min nefer min e, right? So that is transliteration. So
that's
your transliteration, Reggie.
So that's not Pepe. Then that's not Pepe the Pharaoh.
That's your transliteration. No, he said it's transliteration.
But he said it was
hold up. Listen, if I'm sitting here telling you that this hasn't been deciphered, and I deal with it metaphysical, and I give you a metaphysical interpretation, I'm standing on my premise. I'm not doing it the way you're doing it because I'm telling you that's not the way to do it. That would be insane for me to say I'm gonna read it the way you reading it when I'm rebutting you. I just gave you a metaphysical interpretation. Now, whether you accept that, those who don't understand the methodology that I'm using, all of those scholars that I mentioned earlier would tell you that's the original way that these particular things were read, so to speak, from a metaphysical, allegorical, aspect. They were more less interpreted. There was an exegesis that was given when it comes to these special demonstrations. And that's the part that keeps slipping by these guys. You know what I mean? They keep trying to get past it and spin the narrative. He don't know how to read it and all that foolishness. And in all actuality, they're wrong. Now I'm going to show you something real quick right here and show you why my methodology is the way that it is. Outside of that, I'm going to show it to you right now. And I ain't got to pull up a whole bunch of things. I'm gonna pull it up. Let me find my little my PDF real quick. 1 second here. Okay, yeah, I think it may be down here at the bottom. 1 second. Because every time I come, I'm gonna come with receipts. I've been doing this too long now. Okay. Give me 1 second. I think it might have even been in this one right here. Let me see. That's the ancient Egyptian origins of Arabic. This is actually when I was showing the origins of Arabic, but I think I may have a clip in here. No, that's not the one. I'm down here where they at though. Okay, not the mother tongue, not the origin. Not that one. Y'all see I got so many different measures in here. It's crazy. Okay. Let's see, not that one there. Not that one. Not that one. Where's that? There it go, right there. Here it is, right here, family. This is where our methodology come from, right here. And I did a whole PDF on this. You know, and this is the way we demonstrate it. And I call it the ancient Egyptian adept sabate teachings, wisdom teachings of the holy divine instruction concerning the Metu Neter of El Hajj Shepsis Ray Abdu Ali, which is El Hajj Sharif Abdu Ali, Prophet Noble Drew Ali's high name in the actual transliteration Egyptian. Because he was the one that told the more signs and symbols of a conscious mind and men of understanding, men and women of understanding to be exact. So there's a measure in our adept questionnaire where the question is asked, can Allah speak to man? And the answer is yes. It says, how many ways does Allah speak to man? In a still small voice he speaks, and he who speaks is still. How do we look at the image of Allah who speaks within? By looking into the face of man. What is the other way Allah speaks to man? By the voice of man and not an oracle of any idol. It says a similar thing in the teachings of Al-Islam. Allah speaks not to a man, save that he speaks to him by sending a messenger or sending them wahi, revelation, or he speaks to them from behind a veil with signs and symbols and so forth and so on. Right? So when we look at the language of Allah, like they call Metu Neter, the language of God, God is not speaking like you hear me talking now. He's speaking through examples that are put before you, symbols and signs that are manifest before you. This is what I mean when I say read the book of creation. So this is why you can't limit Metu Neter of the ancestors that's of a deeper significance to just a language, the pictorial. Because they are not the language. The hieratic is the language. The pictorial is the metaphysical expression of being able to read the book of creation. So this is the Moorish paradigm. This is coming from the Moorish Holy Quran. So you learn our methodology and the way we demonstrate it. Right here it states, fear not to lift the sacred board, the tables of law which are in the ark concealed. Take them and read them well, for they contain all the precepts that man will ever need. And in the ark, the magic wand, for they contain all prophecy, lies waiting for your hands. It is a key to all the hidden meanings of the present, future, and the past. The cherubim have guarded well for every soul this treasure box. And whosoever will may enter in and find his own. You see, I can liken this example of the Pharaoh that was in that picture he posted that I was just looking at to a cherubim standing before their special treasure box, you know, and looking at these things on a metaphysical level. He thinking that they represent items according to what he's saying, but this one is observing because he's a priest. So This is actually from the chapter in the Moorish Holy Quran dealing with the meaning of silence and the wisdom of Allah and man. And that's why I said up here in the question and answer, when Allah, how many ways he speak to man in a small but voice, still but small voice he speaks, and he who speaks is still. So it's the silent voice that speak within. Now let's go into the methodology that I'm using, that I just used when I demonstrated. This is Yehoshua, our brother, they call him Isa, Jesus, Yeshua. He was being initiated. He was with the Hierophant at this time. And watch this. It said, the master said, the Logos will give heed to what I say. No man can enter into the light until he has found himself. Go forth and search till you have found your soul and return. The guide led Yehoshua to a room in which the light was faint and mellow like the light of early dawn. And the chamber walls were marked with mystic signs and with hieroglyphs and sacred texts. And in the chamber, Yehoshua found himself alone, where he remained for many days. He read the sacred texts and thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs and sought the import of the master's charge to find himself. A revelation came and he got acquainted with his soul. He found himself and he was not alone. So this was a part of him entering the chamber. He was told to read these sacred texts, to find himself. You see, while he was in silence looking at these mystic signs, he didn't have Champollion's alphabet chart when he was doing this. This was before Champollion's time. So he was dealing with this from a metaphysical aspect. That's why he said he read the sacred text, thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs, just like I thought out the meanings of the hieroglyphs. And I said what I said a few minutes ago. So it said Yehoshua receives the mystic name and number and passed the first brotherhood test. So this is him as a neophyte going in here. Now here's another measure. This is the third brotherhood test. Logos waited 7 days and then was taken to the Hall of Fame, a chamber rich in furnishings and lighted up with gold and silver lamps. The colors of its ceiling decoration, furnishing, and walls were blue and gold. Its shelves were filled with books of masterminds, and paintings and statues were the works of highest art. And Yehoshua was entranced with all this eloquence and these manifests of thought. He read the sacred books and sought the meaning of the symbols and the hieroglyphs. You see, and it goes on and on. It goes on and on, family. This is the 6th degree. In all the land, there was no place more grandly furnished than the beauty of the parlors of the Temple of the Sun. Few students ever enter these rooms. These are adept degrees we're giving to y'all right now. The priests guarded them with awe and called them halls of mysteries. It says the senior course of study now was open up. So this is going up into that 7th degree. And Yehoshua entered and became a pupil of the Hierophant. He's being initiated and reaching the highest state of initiation in the Egyptian mystery system. He learned the secrets of the mystic lore of Egypt land and the mysteries of the life and death of the world beyond the circle of the sun, the adept chamber of the dead and mysteries of Egypt. This is a statement coming forth from the chapter on religion. He hath endued thee with reason to maintain thy dominion. And this is speaking of man in general. He hath fitted thee with language to improve thy society and exalted thy mind with the powers of meditation to contemplate and adore his immutable perfections. And that's what one is doing when they demonstrate the metaphysics of being able to read the book of creation. Any mystic or Sufi or adept know exactly what I'm talking about. We don't explain, we don't expect the unmen, the unknowledgeable men, pardon self, those who have not been exposed to this information to be directly knowledgeable of what we're talking about. You know, we don't expect you to understand this meaning. You know, if you haven't went through this type of course of knowledge and studied in this area, it's going to sound foreign to you. And I'm giving you this openly. We ain't keeping no secrets or none of that. I'm putting it out here for you. So I said it to them before. When it comes to dealing with what we call the hieroglyphs, they were in their breakdown metaphysically passed down from priest to priest and from father to son. They were never taught to the public. So they say, Kemetian, how you get it? When Prophet Noble Drew Ali was initiated by the Brotherhood in the East in them pyramids, when he came back over here and brought this methodology to us in the Circle 7, that's how we got it. Signs and symbols are for conscious mind and men and women of understanding. You see? And right here, this is another chapter from the Moorish Holy Quran. Weak and ignorant as thou art, O man, be humble as thou oughtest to be. A child of the dust, wouldst thou raise thy thought to infinite wisdom? Wouldst thou see the omnipotence displayed before thee? Contemplate thy frame. In other words, you know, do you have it in you to raise your thought to infinite wisdom? Would you like to see the omnipotence that's displayed before you? Can you see it? If you can, then contemplate your frame. In other words, contemplate how fearlessly and marvelously you are made. If you know that you are the microcosm of the macrocosm, because it's a Metu Neter in you, the language of God. He speaks to you through you. But that's above your head, though. I forgot y'all don't believe in that. Y'all call that spiritual. You know, but we can go on and on and on, family. But, you know, I just wanted to point that out to make it plain. You know, because y'all going, this it right here. We're going to body y'all on that foolishness. So here it is right here. You know, let me put it here. And it's almost done, family. That's on you.
No, we don't accept it.
Now get in the ring if you believe that this was before hieratic, bro. All you got to do is say you want it. We're going to end this conversation for once.
No, we're not going to end it because you can't read it.
No, I ain't talking about right now. I'm saying we're going to end the debate.
Right? We're going to continue
the debate. Will you get in the ring?
No. We don't need you.
Will you get in the ring, Reggie?
Because I'm telling you that this is
peppy. You get in the ring, bro.
This is how we know.
You already know we disagree on the methodology. So get in the ring.
You don't have a methodology.
Yes, I do. Get in the ring.
A methodology.
And I just showed y'all the methodology.
A methodology.
Get in the ring, Reggie.
And listen, I'm not getting in a ring with you. I'm not. Listen, you're not worthy.
Hey, if you know that you know what you're saying.
I'm asking you to read this, Reggie, and you can't even read the name of Peppy.
Reggie, you ain't making no sense, Reggie.
No, I think the audience. Look at the chat.
The chat don't know what I'm talking about. This over their head.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
I don't care what the chat's saying.
You know what you're doing? You're doing what you did the other day.
I don't care what the chat's saying. The chat don't know nothing about what I'm talking about.
Unfortunately,
I want you to get in this ring.
You're doing the lettuce thing.
I want you to get in this ring. I want you to get in this ring. And even with the lettuce thing, I told you the lettuce thing was rhetorical.
Sir, you can't read this. You can't walk into a museum, right? All you're going to say is your method. Nobody can verify your method.
Or shut up.
Nobody can verify your method. Now let me share the screen.
Source up or shut up.
Let me share the screen, Reggie.
No,
let me share the screen. We done seen what you're doing already. I'm gonna share mine.
Nah, man, I'm next, man. You ain't come on, Kemetian. I'm next, dog.
Kemetian.
Y'all see how I have these guys? I'm the only one that can get them like this. And all I'm doing is just presenting the information.
You failed.
No, I didn't fail nothing. Because I don't try to read glyphs like you read. I just said that. You ain't proved nothing, Reggie. I said that the hieratic is older, and I pulled up my screen and showed it to you. You can't just look over that. Can you prove that papyrus prissy that I just put up there right now ain't the original material? And I want you to lie right now. Let's let the masses see what's going on. Can you prove that the papyrus prissy that I just showed the people in hieratic is not the original primary source?
That's not the point. The point
is if you see that he can't even admit, just like he couldn't admit about the list, he can't admit that the original language and the oldest texts are written in hieratic. He can't admit it. The very first pyramid that was built, family, the Diary of Maria was written 4,500 years ago. 4,500 years ago. And it was written in hieratic. The actual blueprint that was being drawn up on the pyramids. Now, I'm going to let those who do research figure that out.
The papyrus.
I can't do it with you,
Champollion method. You can't read
Reggie,
that without the Champollion method.
Reggie.
Brother Reggie, for you.
Does Champollion have a hieratic chart, bro?
No, it was developed for Thomas Ford.
Okay. So if
right?
if Champollion don't have a hieratic chart, how can you use what Champollion don't have, bro?
By other
How
scholars
can you use, hold up, Reggie. I let you speak.
I'm trying to read.
I'm finished. I'm finished, y'all. I'm gonna let Unc, and if Smash is still on, I'm gonna let them do it.
How can you use a chart that Champollion don't have? Y'all just heard him say. Now he say he done, but you're gonna see him come back again. Unfortunately, I have a couple of them saying that. I ain't gonna say nothing there, but then they come back talking over. They done did that a couple of times. Hey, no, Champollion don't have a hieratic chart. So if the original papyrus that I showed y'all a few minutes ago is in the hieratic, how in the world you gonna use Champollion methodology to transliterate that chart? Or that papyrus? Come on, bro. What are you doing? And you don't want to answer. You want to run now. So I say, and one of y'all, you Smash,
I mean,
all three of them. Look, I'm gonna make thought he was done. Get easy.
Hey, Reggie.
I want all three of y'all to get in the ring.
Hey, Reggie.
By myself.
Reggie, listen.
Hey, Sar, can you get all three?
This.
And the only reason I did that, family, to call all three of them up out at one time, because all of them swear that they just be dragging me all up through the conscious community. You know what I mean? So I had to let them know that with all three of them up there, they still can't refute the information. Only thing they doing is getting mad and getting upset and trying to get the people that follow their narrative to corral around their opinion. Because outside of that, ain't now one of them prove me wrong in my premise. They can say what they want to say. They can make their mouth fry pork chop. And you know I don't eat that.
Hey, Commission, thank you, brother.
Can you get all three of them in the ring? I want all three of them. Just me, Commission. Now we do all
my turn, Commission. It's my turn, man. Don't interrupt. Don't nobody interrupt me. Let's get this straight. Let me state my glasses out. You took about 35 goddamn minutes with a PowerPoint, dog. All right. So my first thing is, I already know you.
Now y'all know good and well I ain't take no 35 minutes with a PowerPoint, but watch how long he take.
Think that the hieratic is older than the Metu Neter.
Now what it is?
Okay.
Watch how he kill himself with his own source.
Okay, don't say nothing.
He gonna die multiple.
I'm gonna start with Wiki.
Reincarnate again and die again.
Now your whole conversation to this point is I'm doing an esoteric thing. I'm doing a symbolic thing. You're lying to the human beings that's watching right now. The first lie is that the quote unquote hieratic is older than the picture script. Anybody that was born and raised in America, we, especially if you're 50 years old, right? We learn how to write in cursive and we learn how to write in print. Am I not right or wrong, brothers? We all know that you learn how to write in print first because print is what? Cursive is a symbolic rendition, not symbolic, but cursive is a highly cursive form of print. Am I not right or wrong? Am I tripping? Did I make this up? Can we all agree to that? Then when you write an A and the cursive A is based off of the print A.
Yes.
And we can agree that the A is actually a symbol, can we not? Yes, and we know it as to be a sound, though. Am I correct? You see where this is going, right? You see the nigga in trouble right now, right? The nigga in trouble. Let me show you how he in trouble. Don't make no sense, yo. You flim, flam, bam, bam, boom for too daggone long. Now here you go. Let me put this right here. All right. Easy work. I don't believe it. We just come right here. Wikipedia gets the nigga out the game. Right? Here you go. It says,
now notice he's showing a chart with hieratic up there while you read.
Says hieratic, it says is the name given for the cursive writing system used in ancient Egypt. The cursive writing. So the cursive writing, human beings don't start off with cursive nothing, do they? Okay, now watch this. It says, and the principal script used to write the language from a development in the 3rd millennium BCE until the rise of demonic. So you got the picture script, you got the hieratic, right? And then you got the highly cursive script demonic. Now watch this. We can just come right here. See? Here you go. Right here. Easy work. Time period. Look, script type.
What's that script right there?
Man, I'm not. Don't say nothing.
Yeah, but what's that script that is showing
Don't
right
say
there?
nothing.
What's that script that is showing right there?
Yo,
I'm asking you
you're
a
not
question.
talking.
Now you see how many times they cut in on me, but when I ask him what's that script, he don't want to answer it because he know that I got it. He know I got it. We're gonna expose this again real quick for the ones that may have not seen it. Again, you see what that say? Look what it say about the hieratic. A cursive script primarily for use with pen on papyrus or on ostracan. That is a potsherd or limestone flake. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than hieroglyphic. That's all I really need to read right there. Whether somebody agree with it or disagree with it, don't change the fact that I'm giving you a source. In fact, the oldest extant texts that go on from Egypt, which date from the pre-dynastic period, were produced with ink and brush, not carved in the wall. It says with no indication that the signs descended from hieroglyphs. Huh? So man, stop it. Get off the foo-foo. Because you being exposed right now, and the rest of y'all. You can disagree with it, but the general opinion of men would never alter the nature of the truth. You reading a wicked source. I'm reading an actual source from a book.
Talk.
I ain't gonna talk over you. I'm asking you what that script is.
Talking.
Answer the question.
You talking. Now, this is a logo graphic. Look, logo kind of cynical. Now, what's the time period? Nakata 3, 3rd century AD. Now, watch this. The direction from right to left. The language, different language. Look, the parent. What's the parent of the hieratic? Because this is hieratic. Boom. That's the answer to your question. Now, what is the parent? We all know what a parent is, like a mother and father. The parent system. So, the Egyptian hieroglyphics is the parent system of what, ladies and gentlemen? The hieratic. So right there, he just died. What's the child? The child is the demonic. We just said that. So we don't have to argue with this guy no more.
It's demonic too, by the way, not demonic.
About that, he's out the game. Now, talk about this right here. Easy work. It's not hard. We talked about this right here. This is the Rosetta Stone. Without this damn Rosetta Stone, we wouldn't even be having this conversation because it allowed them to see what? The pictograph, right? The hieratic, and the quote-unquote, what else? The Greek. So they could kind of line it up and get at least a working model. But before this, they was in trouble. And you know why they was in trouble? Watch this. I'm gonna get this off the screen, right? So we see the pictograph right here. I mean, we see the demonic, the hieratic, and we see the demonic. See? Now watch this. I'm gonna get off the screen and I'm gonna show you why this dude stay in trouble. So we've answered the question. We explained how in English, right? A, B, C, D written in print, and then that can be cursive, right? We talked about that the pictograph is older than the hieratic, which he said it wasn't, but it's the cursive form. We talked about 3 different forms. We talked about the pictograph, the hieratic, and the demonic. And the demonic, the hieratic is cursive, and the demonic is a highly cursive form of it. You know. Now watch this. We come to this book, the Rosetta Stone. Now, the mistake that the guy continually make over and over again, he makes the mistake that the Europeans made over and over again. Now, what was that mistake? The mistake is bringing metaphysics in it, symbolic and doing all that. That's what they was doing because it was racism. In the back of their mind, these people of color couldn't have been doing a writing system. It must be symbolic. Now, watch this. Don't believe this dude is doing this. We'll get this straight. Okay. In particular, the emmatic, esoteric, and symbolic nature of hieroglyphs was stressed. I'm going to say this again. In particular, the enigmatic, esoteric, and symbolic nature of the hieroglyphs was stressed. That's what that dude is doing. It said the curse of demonic held no interest to compare with the pictorial script in the eyes of the classic writers. It says, as early as the 1st century BCE, Greek historians Diodorus Siculus, commenting on the hieroglyphics, wrote, and this is what he said. He did exactly what Kemetian is doing. He said, now it happens that the forms of their Egyptian letters take the shape of all kinds of living creatures and of the extreme of the human body and implements. It says, for their writing does not express the intended idea by the combination of the syllabus. See, didn't know it. You see what he's saying? He says, one with another. He said, but by the outward appearance of what was being copied and by the metaphysical meaning expressed upon the memory of by practice. You see the assertions he's making? He's making the same assertions that your man Kemetian is making.
You just killed yourself, huh? You just killed yourself.
Oh, can you? Are you?
You just killed yourself. Go ahead, finish. Keep doing it. Keep
so
doing
you
it.
agree you're doing that, right?
He just said the same thing I've been saying. He showed confirmation of my sources, and now he's trying to show a source rebutting the source, but you can't rebut what I've already said because I said that the work existed prior to these people. So of course they gonna come behind that and try to make it seem like they right to push their narrative. But I told you, everybody prior to the 19th century tell you that them symbols were metaphysical and symbolic, family. And he just killed himself by reading that. But we're gonna let him keep it up. Thank you,
Right? You agreeing? Okay, here we go. He says, so the hawk symbolizes for them everything which happens quickly because his creature is just about the fastest winged animal. It says, and the idea is transferred through the appropriate metaphysical transfer to all swift things and those things with speed is appropriate. Now watch this. It say during the early centuries AD, adoption of the hieroglyphics by the Neoplatonic philosophers, right, as a divinely inspired script, symbolically embodied all human body wisdom grade rises to the body. Hermetic writing, watch this, embodies the Hermetic writings, right? That's the Greek, right? Hermetic Greeks, right? Writings, and to such tactics. Her Apollos are hieroglyphias. It says that there were, watch this, there were amongst the first works on the subject and to rediscover during the European Renaissance is the reason for the tradition amongst the scholars of the 16th and 17th centuries that hieroglyphics were purely symbolic and contained their signs to the lost lore of ancient Egypt. They keep saying they metaphysical and symbolic and all these things. They can't figure this shit out, y'all. Watch this. The influence exercised by this belief, right, on attempt at decipherment is best exemplified by the claims of the German priest Kircher. It say who professed in the mid-16th century work to be able to read whole sentences in what would eventually prove to be a single alphabetical written hieroglyphic word. Now watch this. Here's where you die, bro. Setting you up. It's a French activities in Egypt at the end of the 18th century made accessible to scholars wrestling with the problem of the decipherment of the hieroglyphics. Great quantities of inscribed and writing material. It's a even more important, watch this. I'm gonna say this again, bro. Even more important, a new school of thought. Now, hold on. What was the old school of thought? What Kemetian is saying, it's symbolic, it's metaphysical, it's all that. Let's see what the new school of thought is. It said the new school of thought was arising, which rejected the symbolic and esoteric value of the hieroglyphics. See, they rejected what he's saying. They say relisting, rather realizing.
He think reject means somebody makes something wrong. If I build a house right now, and I build my house according to the way it's supposed to be built, and it's properly built, you know, on its structure, and I basically put certain new innovations in the style on the outside or exterior of the structure to where it looks abnormal to somebody else, according to their opinion, because they usually traditionally seeing a house look a certain way. And they come and say that house ain't built right. The structure of the house is built exactly like it's supposed to be, but because I have innovated and brought forth a new style in building the house, has nothing to do with making it being wrong with the methodology by which I built the house. You understand? So just because somebody disagree with my methodology, the house was built right, but I did it according to my liking. So when it come down to dealing with this situation right here that he talking about, just because somebody disagree with something and they try to rebut something, don't make it wrong. They just didn't agree with it. So stop it with this nonsense.
Rather that they were characters used to write an ancient language, and that the hieratic and the demonic were but cursive forms of the same script. It is consequently almost certain that the key to the decipherment of the hieroglyphics would have been found eventually, even without the discovery of such bilateral text as that of the Rosetta Stone. But it is difficult to say. It's safe for.
So they saying that the hieroglyphics would have been found to be deciphered without the Rosetta Stone. I wonder what made them say that. I wonder what made them say that. Go figure. Because Apollo didn't have no Rosetta Stone. And his decipherment was said to be correct. Champollion used some of the metaphysical interpretations that they said was correct. He didn't have Champollion's chart. So how then you gonna come back and say that metaphysics ain't right when they said that Apollo's works were correct and Champollion used some of them? See, these are lies, and y'all love them.
For how much longer an understanding of ancient Egyptian script would have been delayed? Key things that I'm making here is that they did what you did for thousands of years. They thought it was symbolic. And when they recognized that those people of color was able to actually write and have a written language, and that's when the doors opened.
And they did what I did and what I'm doing now based upon that of a work of a high priest. Apollo was an actual high priest of Kemet. Champollion wasn't no high priest of Kemet. So who you gonna go with? The high priest that was closer to Kemet? Or you gonna go with some Rudy Poot, Johnny come lately, talking about he done decipher something? Make it make sense now. You gonna go with the European over the native Egyptian. That showed me exactly what type of energy you demonstrating. We already know how you get down anyway, because you express it all the time.
Enough for him. So there, once again, bro, you've been proven wrong on all your damn points. Knock it off, yo. Stop trying to make it symbolic. Stop pulling out coattail. Stop playing. Stop joking, bro. I don't even know why they didn't pull up the hieratic for you to read, since you claim you can read it. But you know what? You're right. You said you got your own thing. And see, that's why we deal with science around here, bro. Science ain't based off of one human being's one thing. It's based off you being able to transfer that knowledge and wisdom to everybody else. So who has actually...
And I'm trying to transfer the information to everybody else. But y'all fighting me tooth and nail. You see the hypocrisy in this foolishness, this nonsense. If Rome then said, if Western academia and they scientists then said it's wrong. If y'all don't see nothing wrong with this thought pattern, something wrong with our people. Come on, man. This man ain't even no scientist. I don't claim to be no authorized linguist. But I am an autodidact. I am one that is able to demonstrate through self-study and studying my own, the same thing what a professor would make you do. Go do your own research. You get basic foundation in different schools and institutions, but it's on you to take your studies to another level. Tesla didn't learn, whatever methodology they came up with by the basic information they had, they went further. Same thing with Einstein in his science. He went further. And it's a couple of more people that went further after they had studied under certain situations. And they was able to bring about what y'all call now genius.
Qualified what you're talking about, bro. Who is actually saying, I agree with you.
Y'all see how long Aunt been going, right? But he say I went 30 minutes.
And that makes sense. You know what? You're the only one to do it, bro. Now we're sitting here in 2023 on Sarnetta TV, and you have defeated everybody. You've defeated the linguistic people. You've defeated everybody. You're the only one that knows this. And you know what we call that, bro? We call that goddamn high-level pseudoism, Joe. Knock it off, bro. With
and
that,
also, that word pseudo is a very disrespectful word, family. The word pseudo is actually a derogatory term which is likened to that of a racial slur. You know, but they slang it around like, you know, it's all good when they disagree with somebody.
I'm finished on this subject matter, yo. You're crazy, bro.
Okay, I'm glad you just did. That man just died multiple times with his source. Now watch this. He said ain't nobody else dealing with this here, right? Commission dealing with. And you see how long he went, right? It ain't gonna take me that long. He say I'm long with it. Y'all know that man went at least 15 minutes. Watch this. And this is a modern scholar that's dealing with it right now. I'm finna show you something. You gonna learn today. Yes, sir. I got you right here. It's just what the doctor ordered right here. I'm gonna heal you though. I'm gonna cure you of that mindset you got right there. Now, let me show you something. Hey, Sar, is my screen sharing right here? Can anybody see my screen right now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, brother.
Okay, all right, thanks. I'm just trying to show them this right here real quick. Now, I want y'all to see this. I ain't gonna take me long. I just want y'all to see the name of this. This is the Library of Chester Beatty, right? This is the material that now the ignoramus of the chat is saying, oh, he pulling a PDF, not a PowerPoint presentation up. This is a PDF of an actual source that exists from the 1800s. Well, a reprint from things that come from the 1800s. And they talking about it's a PowerPoint presentation. This is an actual book. I'm showing them a source, and this is how crazy they is by following up behind these dudes. That Allen Gardenia chopped down. It was a long scroll that looked just like what you see right here. This is the original actual scroll, right? And I showed the people this a while back, but it might have went over their head. Now I'm gonna show you something. Watch this. And I'm gonna show you a modern scholar that's dealing with this now. And I got the website to go to, you know, to deal with this. You can go to my site and see me dealing with the hieratic. We've been teaching this right here now for 2 years, family. Watch this.
Can't read it though.
Watch this right here. My point of contention right now is I'm showing y'all again. If y'all didn't get it, this here, family, is hieratic papyri. This is called facsimile. Now, when you come over here, this is what they call transliterated text. Now, I want to see how ingenuous or disingenuous the audience gonna be, or anybody that's sitting here. Which one is the original? And you tell me which one was made up. This is the original source material right here, family. That's why, and this is Allen Gardenia's work. He is the one that reverse engineered by using symbols in the place of the actual papyri. And anybody that's on here that'll deny that, and if they know so much, ask them to read this. Since they know so much, since they say this is what this is.
No, you say you the hieratic expert.
I can get into it.
Come on, let's do it.
I can get into it. But what I'm saying is, I'm gonna do it in a second. I'm gonna do it in a second.
Oh, okay.
But let me make my premise. Don't cut me off because I didn't cut him off.
Yeah, that
I didn't cut him off. I didn't cut him off. You just trying to convolute what's being said because you don't want to be exposed. I know you're gonna try to defend yourself. So all these are original papyri, family. Commission didn't make that up. Now let me show you something with some real scholarship. Let's get over here with this real scholarship right here, and you're gonna get it. exactly with what it's supposed to be. Watch this. I'm finna teach you something today. And just thank me after we get done with this right here. Let me get this up out my way here. Give me 1 second here. I got you. There we go, right there. There it is. And this is an actual scholar dealing with the language family right now. I use his tools when I'm dealing with this. Now, I just showed y'all the Chester Beatty papyrus. Watch what it says. He says some bibliography, right? Graphemic notes on the Egyptian hieratic papyrus BM 10682. That's the Chester Beatty papyrus. If you go into looking at the site of the British Museum, go in the British Museum site right now, type that 10682 in, and it's going to come up as that papyrus that I just showed y'all. Now watch what he said. He said, within research in Egyptology, I'm going to show y'all something real quick. This is what I was telling them to do. I was telling them to type. This is how easy it is. You can go to, look, I didn't even have to type in the actual papyrus itself. Now that's the British Museum. And it's going to go to the actual number of the papyrus, Chester Beatty papyrus, right? You see that right there? That's what I'm showing right now. This is at the British Museum, family. Gardenia is the one that cut this stuff up. It was originally like a roll. You know, this is the actual source material right here. You know, and they'll sit right here and try to deny and lie about this stuff. You see? And if I were to just go back and then just hit images, this is how easy it is to pull this stuff up. It'll show you this papyrus all over the place. You know, the Chester Beatty papyrus. You know, you can just hit one of the tabs and then it'll open the rest of it up over here. You can see it fragmented out and everything. And in certain aspects, they even fill the areas in that's actually missing in here with glyphs that wasn't even there. You know, so when they do that, they definitely be out of line. See that right there? They'll actually fill those sections in with their own breakdown, which change the whole meaning and add convoluted expression to a lot of the papyrus. You see, ain't no pictures in there though. You see, that's all hieratic there, don't you? So the question is, if they've been studying this stuff for 30 years, why don't they know this? If they were serious scholars of the Kemetic teaching, they would know this. Because I got hundreds of this papyrus over here. For all of the books they claim been translated. European, they want you to know this because when I went in here, me and the scribes, we got it in our history. It's on the book. It's in the channel. It's in the record. That they was mistranslating a lot of this stuff. And that's why they hid this from the public. Because when you start investigating this, you see the errors in their translation. They put stuff in the papyrus that wasn't even there at all. And you don't know it because if you don't got the mind to go into this type of stuff, you'll forever be deceived. But for me, somebody that's curious, that done went into it, that done dug down into it and seen this stuff, if y'all only knew. But y'all gonna learn. Wait till we finish doing the work that we doing. Because after we produce, you know, our lexicon and dictionary, it will be utilized and you'll be able to use it to go in and vet all this stuff out. That's why Kemetian starting with the lexicon and dictionary first. You know, we taking time and making sure we do this right, but we want to make sure that our people can do it because what we doing with this ain't nobody never did. Because they've been playing with pictures for hundreds of years, trying to make you think that was the language. Ain't nobody produced no work here like we getting ready to produce though. And we ain't gonna give up too much neither, because if we give up too much, then they'll be trying to hijack what it is we doing so that they can try to make money off of this too. We putting the information out there for years of research and teaching our people. We ain't trying to fleece the people. So let me go back over here so we can get this thing closed out. Feel of the Egyptian language, when one wishes to study the original documents written in hieratic script, there's a tendency for scholars to use texts that have been transliterated into hieroglyphs, right? That's what Unc was trying to tell y'all. He said, which should be called transliterated text. He said, as a primary sources. He said, they've been using them as primary sources. He said, so know when y'all reading E. Wallace Bud's book, James P. Allen, who else? All that stuff, the different dictionaries that they have, these are dictionaries based on transliterated text. They're not based on the hieratic. So the one that we trying to produce or making right now going to be strictly dealing with the hieratic. This author, saddened by this situation and research in Egyptology and the Egyptian language, has presented several papers on the research in Middle Egyptian papyri based on this first-hand study of actual hieratic sources. Furthermore, I shifted my focus to a later period and conducted research on original hieratic texts, original hieratic written in late Egyptian and carried out research on papyri in the collection of the British Museum. At present, based upon the data gleaned through that research, so when they see me use the term that he spoke on here, when I read Middle Egyptian, they say he just killed himself. That come from the Middle Egyptian, right? Now I'm finna show you something. I'm gonna go to the actual tool. And I'm finna show you how far this hieratic go back. They told you it go back before. They told you that it go back before that. And in a lot of his works, for the sake of helping the people, he used what they are more familiar with. And they are more familiar with the transliterated text, which is dealing with pictures. But this is the only one that actually has created, the opportunity for us to begin to even look into the hieratic text. Shouts out to our Japanese brother. It ain't a European. So you can't make that claim neither. Give me 1 second here. Okay, here we go right here. Unfortunately, every letter he shows you how they tried to superimpose the pictorial over the hieratic. Just give me 1 second here. He has another measure here that I'm trying to get into. And I'm going to show you real quick because he got a couple of them hooked up to this here. And I've been dealing with this brother stuff. We've been dealing with it for some time now. Now I'm going to show you something here. That's finna go all the way. Hold up. Over their head. I'm going to show y'all something. Watch this. I want to see this here. On this site, he shows you the links that are actually connected. Give me 1 second here. On this site, he shows you the pictorials that they tried to superimpose over the images. And I'm going to show you how far back some of them go. It's a few specifically that I'm looking for. So let me see here. Give me 1 second here. Trying to get it to pull them all up at 9. It's doing it while I'm trying to get out the page. Let's see if it do this before we go here. And they always have a Gardenia sign list up here, and all that other stuff, so y'all can see what these actual letters, reverse engineered from, so to speak. That's all this is. These are anaglyphs and markers. But watch this right here. When I pull it, it's one particular one that I want to pull up and show you all. It's a couple of them in here, but I'm going to show you how far back they go. Because they were laughing, talking about, he said Middle Egyptian because it got the dates on these things and everything. And I want to show you an actual expression of an alphabet in hieratic that goes all the way back to the 2nd dynasty. They even got some stuff in here that go back to 0 dynasty. Okay, here we go right here. This is the one I'm looking for. Okay, so let's go into this. Now, so they attach this reptile to this symbol over here. You know good and well this don't look like no snake that they trying to demonstrate. You see that? That go back to the early dynastic period. That's the second dynasty, family. Now, let me show you how far this letter goes and how many different things. This is the earliest attestation of the letter they found. And look at where they found it at. Saqqara. Hold up. Let me open it up. It gives the history behind it. I got to go back over there to the other one I was on. Okay, it actually gives it when I hover over it. But it's Saqqara necropolis, right? The rubble below the tomb of Maya. And this is 008.448. You know what I mean? And it tell you who it's created by, Kyra and Van der Moselle, which is actually looking like German, right? You see what I'm saying? But this is from the second dynasty. You know how long that was before the Middle Kingdom? Now they show you here the different variations of this same letter in hieratic in the fourth dynasty with different versions of it, where they find it at. You see? Different versions of it, right? Now, let's come up to the fifth dynasty. They have one in the Old Kingdom here, right? They call these hieratograms. Notice it says hieratogram 39224. So when you look at these are called hieratograms, not hieroglyphics. We go into the Old Kingdom, the first intermediate kingdom. We go down here into the Middle Kingdom, which is the 12th dynasty. So just because he mentioned the Middle Kingdom don't mean the language started here, people. It goes all the way back to the second dynasty. That's the early dynastic period. That's beyond the Old Kingdom. The more I teach y'all, the crazier y'all get. Naysayers. And I can go forth and do many more, but I ain't gonna give you everything, because then you'll be trying to get over here and remix with the tools that I'm demonstrating with. And we got this here. You know, we can pull up every letter that the European done tried to change from a picture, from an actual alphabet to a picture. You see? So they went and took all these alphabets and say, all right, this one looks similar to this. So we're going to say that this is this. But the closer when you see this type of stuff here, family, a lot of times this is what they call cursive hieroglyphs. And people confuse cursive hieroglyphs with hieratic. They are not the same, family. So they mix them in. This was Moeller's build up here that this brother was using. You know, shouts out to Moeller, though, for at least preserving the actual hieratic letters. So we can even look at the hieratic and see how they superimpose the pictures over the letter and reverse engineer them. You know? So I don't go into all this right here. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, I can go there. You can believe that when it comes to me. I just ain't going to give you everything in the arsenal, because I'm going to use it when it come time to get hope to y'all with that foo-foo. I'm in the midst of creating a digital database, which I use, and that was the database that he created, the one I just showed you. Of actual hieratic glyphs. In this paper, I take up the hieratic papyrus BM10682 that served as the primary source of this database and summarize my bibliographical and graphemic observations. Now, he said the original manuscript, publication of the original manuscript. Now he gonna tell you what happened. The primary source for this paper is a hieratic papyrus stored in the British Museum. Go look it up, people. BM10682. I know some of y'all don't like Kemetian because that's the same papyrus I just showed y'all when I typed BM10682 up, the Chester Beatty papyrus, which is the same papyrus where I was showing y'all the difference between the actual papyri and then the garbage, you know, of the pictorials that they have up there, replacing the original papyri. Y'all think I'm going at you guys, but deal with the information. It is one of the several original papyri that once formed the collection of Sir Alfred Chester Beatty that I just read to y'all. And is one of the papyri that comprise what is known as papyri Chester Beatty II. The texts contained in the original manuscript were published in the works by Sir Alan Gardiner. And so he goes on to tell you that basically here, Gardenia, what he did, it says that, because I don't want to read the whole thing. He said, however, even though all the texts included by Gardenia appear in hieratic in the original manuscript, he published only the hieroglyphic transliteration without any photographs or facsimiles of the original hieratic glyphs. So in other words, what he's saying he did, family, is saying that he showed you this. He gave this to you instead of this. And that's why you don't know nothing about this.
Oh my God.
And this goes on and on and on. That's what this guy is saying in this paper. You see, and in my closing, because I'm closing right now, I ain't got to say nothing there. I done proved my point. Get in the ring after this, if you disagree, or shut your mouth. Gardenia, 1935, was an academic publication, right? That introduced the hieratic papyri donated to the British Museum by Chester Beatty. Therefore, one would expect that it would include photographs of the actual manuscript. What is the actual manuscript, people? That actual papyri, not those glyphs that they put there outside of that. And I'm telling you, that's called reverse engineering. And they did that with the glyph system that was created later by Champollion. But none of them have ever taught the hieratic. Kemetian right now is in preparation of making sure that that happened, family. Kemetian right now is compiling a hieratic dictionary. You hear me? I'm doing that. I don't care what they say. They can say what they want to say.
You doing what, yo?
I'm gonna prove what I say.
What you doing?
You say you wasn't talking no more. I didn't.
No, I'm asking you what you doing.
You said you wasn't talking no more.
This nigga got a dictionary. I'm done. You funny.
One would expect that it would include photographs of the actual manuscript. In actual fact, however, photographs account for a very small portion of the work, and almost the entire work consists of the text and hieroglyphic transliteration. So this man didn't give you the primary sources, family. The original primary sources in hieratic. Again, this is what hieratic looked like. For those who don't know, this whole text is the Chester Beatty papyri.
Pull the plug.
This is hieratic. This is hieratic right here, right? Let's go in. That is transliteration that they talk about.
Read that.
This is hieratic again. The original text. See that Chester Beatty papyri? Like I said, that is the fake. That is what they created according to Champollion. And they did this to hide the truth from you, so you would think that you're supposed to be looking at this instead of looking at this. And when you go to studying this, you're going to find out a lot of this is definitely in error, family. And they made a lot of stuff they translated from these so-called pictures up. And that's why they've been trying to trick you, because they ain't taught you this. So y'all keep believing that foolishness they talking. How you going to be Kemetic and be in it 30 years and y'all don't even know how to read this? Huh? I'm gonna give you something easy right here, since you know, man. I'm just this random right here. What is this right here? That's the letter M, right? That's the letter M, right?
Go to a letter. Right? Every time you're supposed to read, you go to one letter.
Hold on. Oh no, I'm finna go across.
And then you're gonna go find the M, which looks like a backwards three, and point to it to perpetrate your fraud on some other TV.
Now watch this. They're gonna say read it, and while I'm in the process of reading it, they're going to talk over me. They're going to try to go back and forth arguing. And I ain't going to never finish what I said at that time. So I'm going to basically go in the shed and the showdown. You know what I mean? And I actually pulled up something that he should be familiar with because I exposed him with it earlier. Watch this.
And me,
I'm going across a couple of them.
Don't point to letters,
I'm going
bro.
across a couple of them.
Yo, Kemetian, let him talk. Let him talk too.
You guys,
yeah, but he cut in
the fraud that he's trying to perpetrate. He never ever reads anything. The last time we put it on the screen, he ain't read shit. He gonna come to the easiest hieratic glyph in the world, which is an M. It's an owl. It looks like a backwards 3. My daughters can identify that. Let's go 2 words over to the right and tell me what that say.
That's what they call a determinative.
Word? What is the word? You
That's
can't
what they
read.
call a
You're
determinate.
illiterate. So stop
That's what they
perpetrating
call
on
a
the internet.
determinative
It's
right
my
there.
turn to talk. If you ain't
You
gonna
One at a
asked me to
time,
read.
one at a time, one at a
You don't
time.
one
ask
at
me
a
to-
time. Say,
don't ask
Kemetian,
Hold
me to
on,
shut up.
Kemetian, you're gonna respond.
You see how he asked me a question to do something, when I do it, he try to talk over me and act like I'm cutting him off. See it now. Watch it now. Okay, yeah, because he asked me to read it,
If
and
you're
then
not
it go
going to
off when I
read
try
it,
to
you
read.
start. I don't want you to point out letters. Okay, that's not reading. If I went to my
And he upset because I called him out a while back, and I call them out all the time and tell them to read it. They can't read it, but they claim they've been studying Metu Neter for 30 years though.
daughter and said read and handed her a book, and she said that's a Y right there. That's a B. That is not reading. Stop fronting like you could do something you can't do. The definition of fake. That's what a charlatan is. You talking about you got a dictionary, but you can't even read the script on the screen. So you're
Get in
a
the
fraud,
ring, Smash,
and
bro.
you got the floor.
Get in the ring, bro. And for your information,
Never.
that's 2 Y's right there. That actually would be Emmy. To
There
be
you
accurate.
go. Y'all see this shit?
See how they start laughing when I go to trying to tell them about the letters, right? Now I'm gonna show you something right here. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let me pull up my chart, my alphabet chart. I actually think I already got one up here. And I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about. I think it's this one right here, because I put all my stuff in here. It's the alphabet chart, and this straight off the head. See that right there? That's a letter J and I, and they actually include this one, so they run in a circle because Y, J, and I is often interchangeable. You know, so when you look at it, I put it in the abjad order over here. You know, so you see the I, J, and the Y here instead in the order that it was found in over here. So these letters represent the I, J, and the Y, right? So I was getting ready to go into that, and this is when they start the foolishness. Watch this. I was going to go letter for letter and then give them the word. And actually, this is the other letter that's also up there in it. That's T. You see? Give me 1 second here. Let me go back over here. Watch this. Would be Emmy, right?
Y'all see this shit?
Hold up. I'm gonna tell them what it is. That actually would be Emmy. Some people will put a J on the end. So it's basically an M in the middle with 2 Y's. That's what that is right there. And this on the side of it that you didn't look at, that's a determinative right there, right? So when I said it was the M in the middle with 2 Y's.
All right, yo, we winding it down. We winding it down.
You're not reading,
This is a
bro.
letter A right
You're
here.
not reading.
Let me show you real quick right here, because you have to go step by step. Them people don't know what we talking about. They don't know what it is that we demonstrate when we go into that special measure. And this is basically coming from the same tool that we had up here earlier. Let me see. Okay, and I'm gonna go up here to my I want to show it to y'all in the actual tool. I think I got it over up here. Now I got to go back in there and open it up again. And then I'll show it to you. And then, because you know, they got codes or whatever that they put on this when they were superimposing these on the particular pictures. So you see the same symbol here that they actually try to make into the reed leaf, the European. This is what they tried to make the reed leaf be. They tried to make it be the letter I. So when you go through the section dealing with the letter I up here, this is the drawing right here. They got many different expressions on it. A whole bunch of drawings on it. All you got to do is just go up through here and you'll see this stuff. Big facts. See how they changed it into the Y right here? And some people will say J, but it's depending on who it is that's actually transliterating this stuff. You see what I'm saying? So once you're able to see that right there, you know what it is. They ain't teaching you this. That's what I'm talking about. So now watch when I go back over here.
Now we want you to read it,
Get
bro.
up out of
this is
here.
Emmy
We don't
at
want you to
Emmy.
spell. We
This
don't
is
want you to
Emmy at
spell.
Emmy.
Read.
This is Emmy at Emmy. Now, what I'm gonna do now, I'm finna
Man,
show
get him
you
up
that
out
it
of
is.
here, man. Get
I'm
him
finna
up out
show
of
you
here.
it is what I just said it was.
All right,
Now read it, bro.
Up out of
Can you
here.
just read that, yo?
Now I'm finna take it to the tool
Hey,
and show you
Kemetian,
it's
can you
what
just
I
read
said.
that, yo? Kemetian,
finna-
everybody see.
Now, I was pointing out, you know, what was being stated here, but then I showed him this. You know, which is the T, and then it basically repeated itself over here. You know, I told him this was the letter M from the beginning, and this was a determinative. Actually, these both are determinatives. They're not alphabets. You know, they are indicators of what we call them. These are mostly used to divide, you know, words from other words. You know, and if you know what you're looking at, you can tell. But this is a methodology that has been created over a long process of practicing. So we are still in the process of dealing with the full mastery of expression with this demonstration, even though we can recognize what things are being demonstrated. And how you deal with that mastery is by utilizing the tools to immerse yourself in it, because ain't nobody here speaking this language today. So working with this paper and transliterating it is what make you more sharper, something that they ain't doing. Like I said, this was the letter M right here, right? And I'm gonna show you in my chart over here, because there are basic alphabets that are mentioned. See the letter M right here in hieratic? That's it right there. When I mentioned this letter M, I was getting ready to go all the way across the board. I was mentioning something that most of them were familiar with, hoping they would pick up on it. You know, so like, come on, bro. Come on. And I would have did that last night if they wouldn't have did this here.
See you acting like you can't hear nobody, nigga. We all sitting here watching you. Read that, yo.
Now I'm finna take it to the tool
Hey,
and show you
Kemetian, can you
what
just
I
read
did.
that, yo? Kemetian, everybody see you acting like you can't hear nobody, nigga. We all sitting here watching you not read it. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. Won't you read that, bro?
You didn't hear me say it? You too busy
No, we
running
want to
your
see you
mouth.
read that.
You too busy running your mouth. You too busy running your mouth.
We just want you to read it, though. What's the problem, Mr. Metaphysical?
I just told you. When you see them read something, smashing all of them, they go into a piece by piece measure. I'm giving you a piece by piece
Scroll
measure
down to
for
the
this
Metu
hieratic.
Neter. What is you
I'm
talking
giving you
about?
a piece by
Scroll
piece
down
measure.
to the Metu Neter. Let's see if
Piece by piece
I'm
measure.
giving
Yo,
you
you
a piece
funny as
by
hell.
piece measure of this.
Get him out.
Oh, what in the world done happened? Let's see. I hope it ain't muted my. Oh, I see what done now.
Oh,
Piece
you're
by
picking
piece
out
scan.
simple
But all
letters
you got
and
to
you
do,
cannot read a
all
thing.
you got to do is get in the ring, bro. That's all you got
Come
to
on,
do.
yo.
I
Why
never
you
will, bro.
make
You haven't
jokes?
qualified yourself in no way.
Listen. The
It's
argument.
216,
How
yo.
many
You gonna
views you
turn
get?
to a pumpkin.
Nobody
You already
coming
turned to a
to.
pumpkin.
If it wasn't for Side Netter, bro, you'd be over.
Get him out of here, dog.
You that say that's only me. Big dog, he the voice of the streets. The streets killing in the hood while they creeps out the violence.
What more can I say?
Okay, so I'm gonna
All
let
right,
y'all talk.
yo. That's it. Peace,
That's
love,
it.
power.
Hey,
Thank
sir,
y'all
hold
for
up,
coming
hold
through.
up, sir.
No,
I
that's it,
want
man.
them to get.
That's
I ain't
it,
trying
that's
to talk
it.
about it no more. But see, they try to jump in and attack.
Now we jumping
They
in.
do
Nigga, we
not
saving.
want to get in the ring,
Yo,
bro.
that's it, man.
They won't get in the ring.
I get in the
Commission.
ring if you read it.
Yo, everybody
just
chill.
read it to
Everybody
you.
chill. Everybody chill.
I just
for a minute,
read
man.
it to you and prove how radic was there.
All right, everybody chill. One thing that my brother Kemetian have proven is that he's not afraid to come in with the Lions. He's not afraid to come in with the Lions. And
He
you
read it
know,
when the music was playing, nigga. We ain't here. You
hey,
heard the
matter of
music.
fact, I'm gonna switch it up. He's not afraid to come in with the hyenas, man. You know how the hyenas do the lions, man. They jump on you, they gang you, brother. So he's not afraid to come around the hyenas, goddammit. All right, I just want to let y'all know that, man. And so with that, man, we out of here, man. You already know that this is the toughest environment to be in, man. This is the toughest environment to be in, and we are out of here today, man.
So there we go, family, right there. And that's pretty much where everything ended at. You know what I mean? So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we put this whole demonstration out here, and these cats can't deal with it, family. And in closing, you know, of this special measure, I'm finna give y'all a primary source that I want y'all all to look for, and it's free out here. I showed y'all the video on Foy Scaff, the European himself, that was actually speaking of let me see. He was speaking of the Rosetta Stone, letting you know that it was basically a tool, a propaganda tool, basically, that was compiled, you know, to keep the people, you know, that was native Egyptian on the siege, so to speak. So while they praising that Rosetta Stone, let me see. Let's see here. I want to make sure y'all can download this. Here it is, right here. It should, the PDF should be right here. And I'm gonna point something out. This is an academic document, family. You can download it right here. This is Chicago University. This is an actual academic paper from the people that's dealing with the authority of being a Kemet this year and a couple of years in the past. This is Foy Scaff, the one that was speaking earlier. And he has went into the Book of the Dead and other texts, but I'm gonna show you something that was stated. I got the physical copy in my hand and my notes that I took on it. So I'm gonna show you how he exposed these Europeans. Watch this. It's a lot of pages in here, so I'm gonna go to the specific notes that I have here and point out this him and a couple of more scholars. It ain't just him by itself. It actually enlists all of the scholars here, and they do accept this guy as being an authority, meaning smashing all of them. Look, this is coming from the Oriental Institute Museum Publication 39, Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. This is an authentic paperwork, family. It's in the Library of Congress and everything. I'm gonna actually get this physical book, but they are talking mainly about the Book of the Dead, but they go into things, and it's a whole list of other people that's taking their particular measures and adding on to this document as well. These are all the people that are involved with giving their portion on it. Let me blow it up a little bit. You see, and all of their credentials are up here, you know, on these here. PDF, Dorman, Emily Cole, you know, and it goes on. It goes on. And it tells you what each and every one of them contributed to this particular article. A book, 377 pages. And this is all dealing with the hieratic, you know, that it relates to the Egyptian Book of the Dead and how they actually made up certain books. You know, like certain stuff like this right here was created in the later period. This is what you normally see when you see a Book of the Dead. You know, this stuff here. But they're going to tell you a lot of this stuff come from the Ptolemaic period. You know, and that the hieratic was the original. They tell you what the Book of the Dead is. Like stuff like this here, for example. You know, these were just pictures that were taken, you know, to represent the Book of the Dead. You see? But they are not the original. A lot of this stuff is from the Ptolemaic eras. Look how far this goes up. The third intermediate papyri. You see? Now watch this. I want to go down here though. I'm gonna show y'all some papyri in here in a minute, but I want to go to this page right here that I got in my hand. This is page 27. I think I'm close. Here it is. Yep, there it is right there. Now watch this. So they start speaking on this measure. I'm gonna start down here because I don't want to make it long and drawn out. But I gave you the source so you can look at it. Watch what they say, or what Foy said. He said, when all of the above is taken into consideration, he said, it is clear that answering the question, what is the Book of the Dead, is very different from answering the question, what was the Book of the Dead? In many ways, the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination. Our conceptions are dictated by the way we categorize text, right? How we privilege particular formats, e.g. papyri, and what we see as the ultimate purpose, and even what name we give the ancient compositions. So he letting it be known that what they call in the Book of the Dead is all a part of the imagination of the present day scholarship. You got to honor this honesty. Now watch this. This is the death blow to him. In most of these cases, our conceptual apparatus for discussing and understanding this material is radically different. Let me blow that up. Than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. In other words, the way that the people have been understanding the Book of the Dead according to the current, interpretations that have been given, or the different translations, he's saying that they are radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. In some ways, this is inevitable. Because how can you express something in the modern time that you had no knowledge of coming from an ancient time? He said, but it is important to keep in mind the different perspectives. Our modern concepts can help us articulate our advances in interpretation, but they can also mislead us into misinterpretations, applying intentions and messages or conclusions that never existed in the ancient mind. My God, I wish I had something to drop a bomb over here. Y'all got to get y'all hand on this material right here, family. It don't get no more honest than that. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's 377 pages, straight fire. And boy, when I tell you, they really getting at them about this Book of the Dead. Now that I showed you that portion, I'm finna show you this. This is some hieratic papyri, like I was showing y'all earlier, right? Now look, remember I was talking about that Allen Gardenia was the one that had basically hid the papyri. Notice when papyri coming up, his name come up, but he didn't show none of that to y'all. He showed y'all the creation of the pictorial. Figure 2-3 in coffin text spells 953. 955 inscribed on the papyrus of Gardenia III in hieratic shows the use of black ink for the main text and red ink for the rubrics. Papyrus, Egypt, Asut. The gift of Allen H. Gardenia, first intermediate period. Then it says H 2.6, and they giving the size of it basically. But he cut it in half, a lot of that stuff. Some of it fell into pieces when he rolled it out, they say. Who knows? Or he probably even pulled some of that stuff out there because he didn't want you to know what was in there. But he gave this to them after he had his way with this papyri. All that's hieratic, family. Look at this right here. This is all the Book of the Dead. So why they ain't showing y'all this? They'll show y'all pictures of it, but they ain't showing y'all that them letters and transliterations actually deal with this. Look at this. A copy of one section of hieratic funerary text containing CT and PT spells from the coffin of the Queen Metu Hotep, foreshadowing the formulation of the Book of the Dead. Look at that. I can see all types of stuff jumping out of here. I see all types of words and everything in here. Right now, just looking at it. I got a little bit more to go as far as getting all into the essence of everything in here, because nobody never did. This is the methodology that we came up with to learn this stuff, because ain't nobody been teaching it. We the only ones that's teaching this in the community. And they're going to try to rebut it, and they ain't never went into it. Don't even know it, but they say they've been here 30 years. They had a 30-year head start. Look at all of this here. Now look at this. Notice this comes from a later period. This would be what they call cursive hieroglyphs being expressed there. I'm trying to get to the one where they actually show where they just had the hieratic and then they used the other glyphs as decoration. That's what I'm trying to show y'all, because it got more hieratic now. I think I'm getting to it now right here. Okay. Cursive hieroglyphs. Okay. Here it is right here. Notice it says the third intermediate period Book of the Dead papyrus. And this is Teyu Hintmut, right? and it displays the interaction between the hieratic script used to write the text, BD 23, 26, 28, and 27. And that's basically the number to these particular pages. And the hieroglyphic script is used in the caption above the scene of her worshiping Osiris. So they were used as decoration up here. Decorative text is what they called them as well. This is the actual text. See what I'm saying? And we can go on and on and on. Hold up. Trying to pull it. This is another one that was done the same way. They said Anubis introduces the mummy of the deceased before Osiris. Cursive hieroglyphs are used for captions around the figures, while the spells on the papyrus are written in typical late hieratic, which in this case has the Demotic translation below. And you wouldn't know it if you wasn't able to see it. I know what they're talking about. This is the hieratic here. All of this is hieratic right. On the bottom, this is Demotic right here. You can see the differentiation between the two. That's Demotic at the bottom. That's what they're talking about. But then you see up here in the area where the picture's at, they have hieroglyphics up here. Ain't got nothing to do with the text, because the text is itself. That's the actual script. But then they came along later after they superimposed everything, and then they created, you know, those other demonstrations they did. Trying to find that thing. Where is it? But you know, they go on and on about this, family. But it's like a whole book. But I got also papyri outside of this, like the one I showed y'all with the Chester Beatty. This is another one here, you know, dealing with the book. I think this might be the Book of Breathing, or it may be another copy of the Book of the Dead. I'll get down there and look at it in a minute. But this is also in hieratic. Notice they have expressions pictorial around it, like they, you know, basically giving pictures, but then the hieratic is evident up here. You know, so my thing is, why did they not show you this stuff? Why? Ask that question. Here's another one in hieratic. Never had its illustrations completed. So when you look at all of this here, family, you know, and you wonder why you ain't never seen a lot of this, you know, as far as them teaching the actual hieratic language, it's because they was trying to hide the truth. Because when you get into the hieratic, and because you got to reverse engineer it and take it back to its original state, you got to take it from the pictures back to this. And that's the only thing them pictures good for you converting it back into its original state. And there it is right there. But you're going to see when you go into these texts that they don't say, when you deal with the hieratic and you go back to the original measure, you're going to see that it don't say what they have translated in a lot of these translations we got. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. And we also have our methodology of being able to vet whether something was what it was or not, because we compare it by comparing it to other languages that borrow loan words from the Egyptian language, meaning like certain Arabic words, you know, that exist. And if they exist in Arabic, Hebrew, you know, in other languages such as Bantu and so forth and so on, you know, that's the way that we vet the words, you know. And so again, this is another one dealing with the hieratic papyri. Look at all of that. They think I'd be making this up. But I got books, like I said, hieratic papyri, you know, like whole bunch of different files with them in there, just like I showed y'all the Chester Beatty. Look at all of that. Ask yourself why they ain't talking about this. Ask it. Why they ain't showing y'all this right here? You know, and so that's where I'm gonna rest my case at right there, family. You know, because I can go all day with this. I done went a couple of hours, 4 hours. You know what I mean? It don't get no plainer than that, family. I said what I said. I meant what I said. And until they get in the ring, you know, that's going to be my response to them anytime they say something about anything I'm saying. You know, if you ain't ready to get, you know, in here and have this dialogue so that the community can get this information, then sit down and be quiet. You know, so I want to give honors to y'all that held strong. I know some of us had some things to do. And I intended always for this thing to be a certain measure, but the ancestors intended different. I want to give honors to our brother Yakub, Gamma Bay, Born Dog, honors to your sister Niambi, you know, Noble Brian, our brother Tyrese L, you know. So that's right. Our queen said it right. He came past what he's been instructed to think. That's right, queen. That's right, Sister Niambi, and we figured it out. The man was a class clown, you know, and that's what he has done all his life, and he carried that over into the conscious community. You know, give honors to our beloved brother. You know, he says 7 keys of Tehuti is the key to all mysteries. That's right. Alchemist. Thought is God. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Thought is God. And that's what we be demonstrating. Honors to our brother Noble Brian. Unc hates the truth so much that he's not comfortable in his skin when you come in or even mention your name. Sad. Yeah, y'all picked up on it, right? They can't even stand to hear me talk over me and say I'm cutting them off. You see what I'm saying? I just made it plain. Anybody got something to say about this language, y'all send them to this video right here and expose them. You see what I'm saying? And then this brother here, he always coming in throwing little daggers, so to speak. This is beyond ignorance, probably mental illness. No, mental illness is when you so caught up in cultic following to where you can't see the truth because you in the personality worship and you made them guys your gods. So it ain't on me for you worshiping gods outside of the self. Every time you come up in here, you got something negative to say. That's why I blocked you a few times. You see, I ain't got no problem with you having your opinion, but you're going to be respectful in giving your opinion. You can even come up here on the panel. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if anybody want to come in here and have anything to say, and I'm going to drop this link in here while I'm going down the list. And you can come in here. I ain't going to cut you off. I'm going to let you talk. You know, I ain't disrespectful like them. So if you hit that link right there, I'm going to let you in there. I'm going to let you talk. As long as you don't get the cussing and all that type of stuff there, you all right. Honors to our queen, Sister Sakina Ra. You know what I mean? We give honors to your goddess and queen. And our people have to look at it like this, and I say it all the time. I'm not saying our ancestors didn't have the glyphs that they had on the monuments. We all know they did that. But I'm saying the meaning behind them was much deeper than trying to put them in the box of being one letter. They had an actual language for a letter system, and I just proved to you that it's hieratic. Hieratic is known as the middle rate in Kemet. And the other, the Pictoria, Sesh in Metu Neter, which actually has to do with the language of God. So the language of God and the language of man are two different things. Right? Let me see what our brother here said. I think you may be the best teacher in your field to build with. I have many questions about the Eastern Moors, if you're willing to take on a new student. Yes, sir, Brother Darvis, man. You know, I'm willing to learn from you too, good brother. You know, and we got some grand drawings we can deal with from the Eastern standpoint of the Moors. And we got a brother actually out there now that remind me of myself, Sufi Alchemy. He pretty sharp, and he actually from the East. And he going at them ones over there in Egypt right now. You know, and everybody seen it. Yeah, Reggie ran. He definitely ran. Y'all hit that link if you want to come in here and get your measure, family. You see? See that right there again? Lying Commission. That was not about you. Look at here. What the F fake commission? How is this disingenuous? You know what I mean? And the brother, you know, he see the people in the chat see through you, brother. If you still there, they see through you. If you don't like some information, why even come to the channel? Look at this. Honors to the queen, Safarella, I think that's her name. You know, walaikum salam, Rahman to Allah barakatuhu, sister. Freedom indeed. Freedom of the mind, freedom of speech, and everything. Let's see. Oh, that's a brother. He just had Safarella there say, we are men, Aki. We should be able to talk without being disrespectful. Don't tell grown to shut up. Okay, family say don't tell them to shut up. Oh, talking about when I told Reggie if he be quiet and close his mouth. No, that wasn't disrespectful toward him. He was talking over me when he was asking me a question. It's disrespectful when you ask somebody a question and they start trying to explain it, and then you talk over them. You know? And that's because he was in his feeling. You heard Sarnetta exposed him. You see? And our brother, that was proper. Don't call grown men liars or fake without sources to prove what you claiming. Facts. Facts. See what I'm saying? And it's obvious. I know they do. And I ain't did nothing to these brothers but brought information. And it's been like that from day one. It's even people in the audience following that same narrative, and they don't even know nothing about the information. If somebody can make you hate somebody or go in opposition, and you don't even know what's going on, that says a lot. They the ones out here trying to build cultic minds when it comes to our people. See what I'm saying? That's all they can do. Say Kemetian fake. I need hospitalization. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? That's right. We get it. He a troll. We're going to get him up out of here too. Next time, I don't really be paying attention to this stuff. You see, I agree. I agree. You're right. It won't help the community because they're going to believe what they believe regardless of what they're being shown. And it's called selective research and selective hearing. The mind will never accept what it ain't really willing to receive. And it's only my love for my people that caused me to keep going out here like this. Not because I like to go back and forth, because to the contrary, I don't like going back and forth. I like bridging gaps. I like bringing unity between our people. But at the same token, you know, if somebody come and try to tear down the unity that's being built, you know, I address them ones accordingly. And so they ask for it, and then when I give it to them, you know, in most cases, they want to make me look like I'm the bad guy. But I ain't doing the cussing. I ain't cussing nobody out. I'm just hitting them with sources and information. They can't stand it. You know? Wicked scholarship, that's exactly what my uncle like to do. Uncle been getting beat up for about 2 months, though, by Sister Dulcinea. She done beat the brakes off of him. And a couple of more of them, Sanchez whooped him. You know, so yeah, it's a grand drawing, family. I dropped the link, and I guess don't nobody want to come up in here and give a portion. Y'all always welcome to give your expression. You know, I ain't gonna, like I say, go back and forth and try to tear you down. You know, this platform is an honorable platform. And if you ever want to come up in here, I always drop the link so you can come and give your measure or your take on the drawing, whether it agree or disagree with what's being said. You know, long as I say one is being respectful in their disagreement, I'm cool with that. You know, but go back and look at this video because it's a wealth of information and jewels in here. And I have established my premise, and I have a lot more that I ain't brought to the manifest. So I'm going to close out at this time, and I'm going to give honors. I want y'all to hear my brother, good brother, Nikolai Giovanni. You know what I mean? The resurrection of the spirit of Machiavelli. 7183. Honors to you, good brother. You know, if you get a chance to look into this video, you know, I'm going to play one of his tracks as I go out. So peace and love, family. Islamism without the schism. Until the next time, Unkwajet Sanev, life, health, and prosperity be upon you all. Shimotepu Morshin. Shimotepu, all of you. You see, whatever you may be, whatever it is that you subscribe to, the peace of the ancestors I offer you. Peace.
Y'all wasn't feeling me until I screamed West Side. Now I'm back, I'm coming. Look at me now as a changed man amongst the horse of man. Trigger the righteous plan. We putting faith in you as we cross seas while angels sing. Good company can last while ain't screams. Attack monthly for 400 years of oppression, depression. Got them secession, false starts my adolescence. From groupies to teachers, increase the budget. Our text our freedom. You can start with non-propaganda. Steady a profit rise to outslay mortal men. Look at David down to Solomon. Who am I? Nikolai Giovanni. I cried the death of man. Elena cracks cold. I lost voice from the hearts of hell. Can we regain our hearts for them? Hebrews the Jews. Master's God is working again. Had 12 Greeks by dogs to slaughter man. Influence cop killers hurting him. Wonder why Michael created thriller, sacrifice human bloods to killer, transplants to children. Tell those now you wonder why I scream outlaw from Anderson. For the West of West Africa, outlaw Southern. So read them as I preach, we're all outlaws amongst them. So I scream West Side till I die. West Side! Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Let's see, even if I fall, I rise. The jealousy, the hearts of men, come in trouble times. Disguise aliens, they say the dumbest, but I beat game, resurrected, cold red, Nikolai Giovanni, forever grad. Words of wisdom, can you understand? Plain and clear. Who will remember me? I seen it through the right and planet musically. Deadly forces travel amongst fears. Families fall cause the prison brings many tears. Bambino cursed by the sovereign Lord. My blue soul rose covering the statues of limitations. Your accusation. Trouble hill never departs from hovering. No disguises me. His trials, tribulations emptied upon thee. Payback's coming, losing land. Running my squad strong heavens and fire conquer. I stay headstrong, no needles for people. It's in the bread. Eight cells evolved to temple plan. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. There was pressure from my eyes to see. To be the man, understand the plot, understand his words, comply. Words of a written people, words of a written kingdom. Water and blood, business get deeper, leaders are drugged down, victims with ties. Illuminati lies, I kill it. With a cake, Illuminati, I cry. No prison state, no Egypt rules. Two bitches play, voices of heaven, waters and seas. Open up Elohim, no dry ground. Blood over fire, and got the city surrounded in flame, telling us it's created. They bowing down. Don't forgive me if I'm saying to your name. But what's written in the trials, the deep go to the deep. Very proud of the lessons. Learn who deep now. Can you get me when my heart cries? Illuminati, I cry. Outlaw, West Side. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. Even if I fall, I rise. I see the jealousy, the hearts of men, the why. It was the West of West Africa where they took us. See the hurricanes and tornadoes? You better throw up West Side when you see me. West Side! Till the day I die. Until the day I die. West Side!
Yeah. Peace and love, family. We love you. And honest to all of y'all. Honest to everything it is y'all do. Peace and love. See you in the next broadcast.